my first words are to thank those who have wanted to stay with us through a conference paper. So I want to thanks for your commitment, but no less to those who come to listen to us. I cannot name them all, but I cannot miss the opportunity to offer my regards to Professor Stephen Reed, Emeritus Professor of St. Andrews University, to Professor Luca Gili from Quebec University, Professor Luis Urtubey from the University of Córdoba, Argentina, also Professor Lawrence Dimi from Leuven University, Professor Karel Sebela from Palaki University, Professor Sarah Uckelman from Durham University, and Professor Marco Malink from New York University. I would also like to thank my doctoral students who have wanted to present the advance of their doctoral research. Among them, David Garcia, especially for the organization of this event. Also, the university that has given us the support to bring this meeting to you in a better way. Many thanks to Francisco Cataldo and Miriam Ramos for your support. I don't want to take much time in this introduction, but it seems to me that at least one idea must be retained. And that is that Aristotle's logic, after going through a difficult period of much criticism and censorship in the early 20s, had the strength to be reborn and continue inspiring academic minds. I think we can now forget the charges of internal inconsistency or being a prehistory of logic. Much on the contrary, I think Aristotle's logic is a living theory which is to be handed down to future generations. So after having said this, I would like to introduce the student Miguel Carmona, Adrián Ortuño, and David Garcia, who will make a brief presentation of their doctoral research, which is in advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Miguel, do you want to start?
Sure, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So thank you very much, Professor Correa, for your kind words. My presentation will be brief. It's about Alfarabi's consideration of linguistic expressions in logic. Do you hear me all right? Thanks. So this is the main topic of this presentation. My PhD dissertation, however, is a little bit larger in scope. So I will talk first about the background of this presentation. That means my current research. Then I will give some evidence for what I think is Alfarabi's opinion on the matter, or Alfarabi's position. And then I will give some preliminary conclusions for this. So the background, my current research is its aim. It's giving an outline of Alfarabi's formalistic features in its theoretical formalistic features, also its theoretical justification and its influences. And the theoretical background is Zimmermann's opinions on on his introduction to Alfarabi's commentary on the Interpretazione. Because Zimmerman says there that Alfarabi has a somewhat formalistic approach to logic, and in that sense, it follows some indications made by Galen and Alexander against the Stoics, and so that's one main source for my, or one justification for my subject matter. And also there's the term formalistic that I use in the way Łukasiewicz used in his work on Aristotle's syllogistic. That is that formalism requires that exactly the same thought should always be expressed by means of exactly the same series of words ordered in exactly the same manner. So my approach to showing this or achieving this interpretation in Alfarabi's work is to look more closely at what are the relationship, the link between linguistic expressions and meaning that Alfarabi considers important for the subject matter of logic. That's it. That is my approach so far. And in this presentation, my aim is to show that Alfarabi's conception of logic and its relation to grammar provides a theoretical framework which justifies a rather formalistic conception of logic. And in the long run, this is outside the scope of this presentation, could justify also Alfarabi's logic formalistic features. So I begin with something that is maybe a very common way to start discussions on the difference between grammar and logic in Alfarabi and in Arabic thought. Yeah. So we see there's the famous discussion which we have only in our report. There's no like hard evidence for this debate, so it's a later report, and it's a debate between Abu Bishr Mata, which is a Syriac scholar, and Abu Sa'id al-Sirafi, which is the grammarian. So it is closest to what are Arabic pre-Hellenistic philosophical background. And in this debate between Abu Bishr Mata and Abu Sa'id al-Sirafi, the main concern is that al-Sirafi says, or critics of philosophy and of logic, that in fact logic it's like a bad Arabic grammar, because it is shaped by Greek thought, Greek language. And so in this debate, al-Sirafi asks Abu Bishr Mata if what are all the meanings of the conjunction wa, which we will translate to Spanish like and. And the response of Mata is the following, is what I have put here. So this is grammar, and of grammar I have made no study, for the logician has no need of grammar, whereas the grammarian does need logic, since logic inquires into the meaning, whereas grammar inquires into the linguistic expression. If, therefore, the logician comes across the linguistic expression, it is accidental, and it is likewise accidental if the grammarian comes across the meaning. Now, the meaning is more exalted than the linguistic expression, and the linguistic expression is humbler than the meaning. So, here we see that logic's subject matter for Abu Bishr Mata in this case seems to be related or circumscribed to meaning. So, almana, which is like, it is an Arabic word which has some uses before Hellenistic philosophy, but in the context of philosophy, it is often a translation of semi-nomenon in Greek. And loft, or the plural alfal, is a translation often of phone. Or also lexis. It depends on the context. So that's why I translate it here as linguistic expression. So for Abraham Mata, or at least for some philosophers, the difference between logic and grammar is that logic does not concern itself with linguistic expressions. And so it seems that is for Al-Farabi too. So in the introductory sections on logic, Al-Farabi seems to follow what was Abu Bishr Mata's indication on the difference between grammar and logic. So he says, for the relation of the science of grammar to language and expressions is like the relation of the science of logic to the intellect and thoughts. And insofar as grammar is the guideline of language in what may be erroneous, in the same way, the science of logic is the guideline of the intellect in what may be erroneous with respect to thoughts. So here we see the same kind of analogy between grammar and logic. So the object of grammar is linguistic expressions, and the object of logic are this time not meanings but thoughts. Here's somewhat a slight difference in terminology, but it's maybe due because Abu Bishr Mata was in a public debate, while Al-Farabi may have a rather philosophical public in this case. So in the word he uses, it's not meaning, but it's not mana, but ma'kulat, which means like the things thought or intelligible. And this is a first case, but I think that is my main position on this question in Al-Farabi. I think that Al-Farabi starts at some point to include linguistic expressions in logic as something that logic has to concern with. And this may be a diachronic evolution, or but since we don't have really diachronic studies on Al-Farabi's philosophy, it could also be simply a difference of emphasis. But if we look at another work, a rather more general work of Al-Farabi, and maybe later, it says the following. On the other hand, the objects of logic about which logic gives rules are thoughts, insofar as they are signified by expressions, and the expressions, insofar as they are signified by the intelligibles. So here, the formulation is it's very different, because now we're not talking about a difference between expressions and what which will be the concern of grammar, and then meaning or thoughts, which are which is the subject matter of logic, but rather we are talking here about subject matter of logic, which is this link between thoughts and expressions. So it's not that divided no more. And later, if we see another passage. This is not from a characterizations of logic. The title is misleading. This is from the book named Utterances Employed in Logic. And we see another indication that for me seems to show that for Alfarabi, linguistic expressions are a concern for are important for logic because linguistic expressions tend to follow thoughts. So he says this rather strange thing. Meanings are attached to the soul in the same way that expressions, al-thought, are attached to language. The union of their meanings in the soul resembles the union of expressions in language. Just as compound expressions are composed of two parts, a modifier and a modified name, so their counterparts in the soul are composed of two meanings, the meaning of the part that is the modifier and the meaning of the part that is the modified name. So here it seems that Alfarabi seems to think that there's a hard correspondence or some kind of mirroring between expressions and thoughts. So the difference which we saw in Abu Bishr Matta's debate can no longer be sustained because since we have access to thoughts through expressions, liquid expressions are part of the study of logic. So I think that is rather the what this evidence show. This is my position on the matter. Like, for Alfarabi, linguistic expressions are included in logic, and there's also a strong bond between linguistic items and intelligibles. And what is for me rather important matter, there's a shift in the place given to linguistic expressions in logic. So both grammar and logic have a language as their subject matter. The difference, will Alfarabi say in other places, is that grammar, the subject of grammar is language insofar as this is particular matter, a regional aspects of language, and logic has language as its subject matter insofar as language has universal features, and that could not be very convincing, but at least that's the way Alfarabi justifies its difference. So for the preliminary conclusions, I would say that the distinction between grammar and logic that Alfarabi gives us an insight into the theoretical framework will justify his formalistic approach to logic. And also, and I didn't talk very much about this, but it seems possible to assert that Alfarabi incorporated some of as-Sirafi's concerned with Greek logic into his own account of logic. Because one of the criticism of as-Sirafi was to say that as-Sirafi, for as-Sirafi, the linguistic features and the meanings are not in any way differentiated in the treatment. So he says grammar is Arabic grammar is Arabic logic. So he tries to show that linguistic features and meanings are part of the same study. So I think that maybe the motive of Alfarabi of having this kind of evolution or this different emphasis in the relation between grammar and and logic may have something to do with that. And that's everything. Thank you very much for your attention.
Miguel. We would like to introduce David Garcia now, who is going to give his an advance of his doctoral research.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you to everyone to join us in this interesting event. And I will share my screen. So this is my my brief presentation. It's an advance of my PhD dissertation, as Professor Manuel said, and I want to talk about first order logic with a special sort of predicate, and this is a work in progress. I only have some partial conclusions, but the main idea is to incorporate in first order language some new kind of negative predicates. So the first version of this system is a term logic that I have presented in other places, but this is a new system that I defined recently. So this is the main idea of my talk. First, I want to talk about the background, a diagram given by Ammonius, this commentator Aristotle's works. And then I want to present the technical definitions, and I want to go inside the main idea in this Tableau system, because I take this approach in a recent development of my PhD thesis. So first I want to begin with this diagram presented in Professor Correa's thesis. In this diagram, we see some relations between some different kind of propositions, and I have my own version of this diagram. And this is Ammonius hexagon. I call this the Ammonius hexagon, and the relations are the same as in the previous diagram, but I make a different order. I take the implication or the conditional or subalternation relation, the order from simple affirmation and privative affirmation to the other propositions. So the main idea of this diagram is to relate privative propositions and indefinite propositions with simple affirmations and with negations. So the question here is what is more general, negation or indefinite affirmation, or what is more specific between privative affirmation and negation? So the red lines represent contradiction and black lines represent subalternation. So the Ammonius thesis is that privative affirmation is more simple, is more specific than simple negation and indefinite affirmation. So if you see this diagram, propositions like a man is unjust imply propositions like a man is not unjust, and a simple negation like a man is not just. So I take this diagram to define some rules to define a system in which we can reason about privative information and indefinite predicates. So the thesis of this presentation is that this hexagon is at the core of the syllogistic with indefinite and privative terms, or predicates in this case, since the order presented by the hexagon is the one that gives consistency to deductions in syllogistic. So language is the same as in first order logic, monadic first order logic. I take here only a fragment of first order logic, and I only add two sort of predicates, indefinite predicates and privative predicates, because privation is not a negation, and indefinite particle is not a negation too. The grammar is the same as in first order logic. We have this kind of sort of predicates, privative and indefinite, and we have here some examples. All humans are immortal. For example, we have the privative particle as a modifier in predicates. And some animals are not just, for example, is another modifier to predicates. And we have here some other interesting propositions like Socrates is not unjust, for example. So this extension of this fragment of first order logic have the same semantics as in first order logic, but new conditions for privative and indefinite predicates. The extension of indefinite predicate is the complement of the predicate in which we are using the indefinite particle. And on the other side, with privative predicates, we have a strict subset of the complement of the predicate in question. So this is very simple, but so conditions for formulas are the same as in first order logic. But the interesting part that I want to highlight here is first, we have a language to represent privations and indefinite predicates in the first place. Because in classical first order logic, something like a man is not just must be formalized with simple negation, with classical negation. But in this extension, we have a special predicate for this kind of expressions. The same with privative predicates. But I use this hexagon to define some rules, some basic rules that I want to present here. These rules are very, very simple, only these relations that are in hexagon. But these rules are very simple, but if we add these rules to first order fragment, say syllogistic fragment of first order logic, we may prove some interesting things. But first, the rules are harmonious translations of harmonious thesis. So we have a rule for privative terms, for privative predicates, and rules for indefinite predicates. If we have a privative predicate, we have as an output negative proposition, and in case of positive proposition, we have this implication to negative privation. These two rules are the main rules for privative predicates. And on the other side, we have some aversion rules or something like that. But I have here an example of a tableau. And the interesting thing here is it's a syllogism. Is first of all, we have new figures in this logic. We have figures with privative predicates, and we have, for example, interaction between privative predicates and indefinite predicates. And also we have specific rules for to decide in which cases we have a valid inference and in which cases not. I have here two examples, one valid and one not valid. And I want to explain what is the difference between these two examples. We have here a derivation from this syllogism with the negation of conclusion. And we apply rules, classical rules for first order logic, but in step 10, we have the new specific predicates, indefinite. And in step, for example, 12, we have, sorry, in 13, we have an application for a rule for privative predicate to obtain a negative formula, but it's very simple, as I said. But just consider this other example that looks very similar, but I change only the indefinite predicate to the privative predicate. I change the order in these two examples, and we have here an invalid syllogism, an invalid figure. So why this happens in this case? Why this is invalid and the other is not valid? So my hypothesis is that privative and indefinite terms in syllogisms relate in the same way as in harmonious hexagon. So if we preserve the order from privative terms to indefinite and negative propositions, we must preserve this same order in syllogisms. So, for example, we have here a privative term implying indefinite term, and in the other case we have the opposite way. So these rules have these ideas in this core in the definition of this system. So as a concluding remarks, partial conclusions, I have here some interesting aspects. First, the thesis that I have presented first, but also this system is useful to prove some other missing relations in this hexagon. For example, in this case, I write here contradiction, but I have some doubts about the relation between indefinite negation and simple negation. I still working on the proofs for these relations between indefinite negation and simple negation, because are not contradictory at all. So this system is useful to prove these missing relations, but also I have a term logic version of this system in which we have another interesting results too. But we have some other interesting properties. For example, we have a special case of contraposition. It's not a contraposition like in classical logic. We have here a relation between privation in predicates and indefinite predicates in this switch between antecedent and consequent. And also we have some aversion like rules and kind of excluded middle, for example. This is very similar to intuitionistic negation, but the interesting aspect here is that private predicates are not negations. So this is, at least for me, it's very interesting. And I have here some references, and that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David.
I think Adrian is not here. I think he has a problem to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, we can present Professor Loren Dimi, right? Okay. Okay. Or should make a break.
I think maybe if anyone has questions for us, it would be interesting to hear before the break. Lawrence
Yeah,
Professor Red.
Professor.
You go first, Stephen.
Oh, you were ahead of me. I've just got a very small terminological point. You're not the first here, but I think it's a bit confusing to use the word indefinite for the negation, for the internal negation you have. It's becoming more standard, I think, to use infinite for that, because indefinite suggests the indefinite proposition man as an animal, whereas you want to capture the internal negation, and the word infinite would be clearer for people, I think.
Okay, thank you for the yes, I agree with you, because this is more appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, then I also had a question for you, Jose. So the way that you set up the syntax of your system at the moment is you have this set of predicate symbols on the one hand, ordinary predicate symbols, P, Q, R, and on the other hand, you have a set of indefinite or infinite predicate symbols, and similarly also another set of privative predicate symbols, with the hats and the dashes. And the way you set it up, I have the impression that they are all kind of independent of one another, but of course they are not. You really want to view P hat as the privative negation of P itself, and dash P as the indefinite or infinite negation of P itself. But at the moment, there is nothing in the syntax that forces you to do so. And you want that, for example, in your formulation of this new version of contraposition, for example, and you want in the conclusion the Q hat to be really the hat applied to the Q that occurs in the premise, right? But in order to make that more formally precise, I think you would rather need to introduce the hat and the dash as a kind of operator, not a propositional operator that takes propositions as input and spits out propositions as outputs, but rather a predicates operator that takes predicates as input and spits other predicates out as output. Because otherwise you will never have a systematic link between the two. Then it could be, so to speak, that P stands for man and P hat stands for unjust, rather than for the privative negation of man, rather.
Yes, it's an interesting point, and I think it was my mistake to present in this way the syntax, because I wanted to go to the Tableau system. But yes, as you said, there is a specific syntax for this kind of symbols. For example, in other formulation that I mentioned, term logic formulation, I use in the syntax for this symbols is not as a negative symbol, but it's a modifier to the predicates. For example, this formulation that I said in term logic led us to apply, for example, the indefinite particle to the hats of privative particle, but not in the opposite way, because we only have indefinite of privation, but not the other case. So in the other in this term logic formulation, these things are very are more accurate. And in this case, it was my mistake with syntax. But yeah, you're right. I will define better in my paper. Yeah, but I understand your point. It's more accurate, as you said. Thank you.
All right. If there is no more questions, yes, Miguel, please.
Thanks for the presentations. I have a question for Jose. It's just a little comment, really. In the way you have defined the semantic clause for infinite or indefinite predicate, I think that you will always be able to prove that A is not P if and only if A is the indefinite dash P, because you define the semantic clause for dash P is the complement,
yeah.
the set theoretic complement. So you have defined the negation of P twice. So you may need to have amendments, because as I understand, you don't want to have negation defined, internal negation defined in terms of external negation, as is usual when one does common standard semantics for first order logic. And the other thing is a question: why you interpret privative terms as a subset of the complement? I don't see what is the philosophical or the semantic motivation for that move.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel, for your questions. Yeah, concerning the first one, it is the same as I said to Lawrence. It's yeah, maybe in another formulation I define only negation, and I interpret privative terms in ways of negation, and I erase this bar for indefinite terms, because in some way are equivalent, and it's very weird to present a system in this way. But for example, in Manuel Correa's formulation of indefinite syllogistic, negative propositions are used in the way to represent indefinite formula. So I will use this formulation and adding or only my privative predicates to solve this confusion. And on the other side, on the other question, the main reason in philosophical terms is that privative predicates are in something similar to indefinite predicates, but are more specific. So are subsets of this in this set theoretical terms. But the reason is that in Ammonius hexagon, or in Ammonius commentary to Aristotle de Interpretatione, he says that privative terms are have less extension than indefinite terms. So in Ammonius is found this idea. Yeah.
Thank you. Jonah Branding, please.
Oh, hey. Well, these were both like so interesting. So thanks so much. I actually had a question about Miguel's presentation about Al-Farabi. So I was kind of curious. I mean, I don't know anything about his views here, so maybe you can enlighten me. What in particular does Al-Farabi think about like the metaphysical relationship between language and thought? There's like this kind of classic philosophical question: is thought itself like constitutive of language? When we think, are we always like using some kind of like mentalese or internal system of linguistic representation, or does thought take the form of like pictures or something like that? It strikes me that like, you know, maybe what Al-Farabi thinks about this kind of basic question about the language thought relation could be informative when we think about what he thinks about the logic grammar relation. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
Okay, thanks for your question. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, Al-Farabi tends to follow the classic figure that Aristotle draws in the beginning of the Interpretatione. So, and this basic figure is that, well, there's like things, and there's like likenesses of these things in the soul, and these likenesses in the soul have then corresponding words. So, and there's also why in these philosophers there's always the idea that thoughts are universal. Whereas the words are not universal, they are particular. So yeah, I think that's the main idea that Al-Farabi has in this matter. But I think he's rather evolving towards a position that includes a more close relation or a less arbitrary relation between words and thoughts, because you could say like, yeah, there are thoughts and words are merely particular things and totally arbitrarily. We couldn't justify that Al-Farabi thinks that words can follow closely thoughts. I think that's that's the problem that he's in. So he has to justify working through words for explaining the relationships of thoughts, but at the same time he has this Aristotelian background that says to him like, oh, thoughts are universal and words are not. So yeah, I think that's I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, totally. That was awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Professor Red, please.
Yes, thank you. Another question for Jose. Just looking, I mean, it takes a while to think about these things, and I may be wrong here, but you may be able to correct me or expand on this, or if not, Lawrence may be able to. Is your hexagon related to the Sherwood-Chizovsky hexagon? Do you know that hexagon for modal operators? Does it have? It seems to have the same shape as that hexagon. Is that right, or have I missed something?
Yeah, it's similar, but it's not the same, because in this Chizovsky hexagon, there are contrary relations also and subcontrary relations, and in this case we have only singular propositions, or I don't know, non-quantified propositions, and in the other case we have universal, particular, and non-quantified. So are similar but not the same.
Right, so it's got some of the relations. It's got the subalternation relations, but maybe and some of the opposition relations. But maybe you're right, and there are bits missing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I think Lawrence has it.
Lawrence.
Yeah, so this is basically just a follow-up on the question that was previously asked. So I'm not sure, but I think a case can be made that it is the diagram, the hexagon that you showed, is actually very closely related to the one by Sherwood and Chizovsky. Of course, when I say very closely related, I'm purely talking at the level of configuration of relations of contradiction, contrariety, and so on. The actual formulas or the actual statements are very different, as you already said. With Sherwood, you have the ordinary categorical statements plus two singular statements. Here, it's all singular, but you're really trying to map out the subtle differences between these different kinds of predicate negation. But if I would say they are isomorphic in some well-defined sense of the word isomorphic to one another. So that was the first point. The second point about, well, are they really the same, yes or no? Even if we understand the same in the sense of being isomorphic, I'd still say probably yes, because if you agree that there are diagonals of contradiction in the middle, then given that you have subalternations on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, the other relations have to agree as well. So for example, the upper relation which you paint in red for contradiction, I think it should actually be contrariety. The lower relation, which you also make in red for contradiction, I think it should actually be subcontrariety, because these different relations, contrariety, subcontrariety, and subalternation, they always travel together. So it simply cannot happen on pains of logical inconsistency that you would have subalternations, but no contrariety and subcontrariety that go along with them, on the assumption that you have a backbone, a skeleton of contradictions in the middle, of course. But given that you have that, every subalternation will be accompanied, well, with a second subalternation on the other side, but also that's basically contraposition, but also with one contrariety and one subcontrariety. So if I look at your diagram, I interpret all the red lines as contradictions, then I would say either some of either I agree with you that the contradictions really are contradictions, but then some of the subalternations are really not subalternations, or vice versa. The subalternations really are subalternations, but then at least some of the relations that you claim to be contradictions are going to be either contraries or subcontraries. Contraries at the top of the figure, subcontraries at the bottom.
Yeah, I agree with you because of this internal contradictory relations, but I only have some assumptions about the top and the bottom relations, because I don't have a clear understanding of these predicates, of these negative predicates, and I think it could be a new way of contrary relations. Maybe by definition, it must be contrary in the top and in the bottom subcontrary, but because of the subalternations. But I think it, yeah, I don't have an answer yet because I'm still working in these missing relations. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Thanks.
If I could come back on that, thank you to Lawrence for clarifying my question. I mean, my idea was that the relations are the same. Obviously, you're interpreting the nodes differently, but the nice thing about that is that you can then appeal to, connect it with other work that's already done on that structure for relating other propositions, and you can tie it in with what you're doing. So you can actually extend what you're doing in a useful way.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I agree with that because I understand better your question with this. Yeah, I said that that are not the same, but I think it would be useful to use this Szyszowski and Sherwood hexagon to understand better this missing relations. Thank you, Professor Red and Lawrence.
Yeah, also, if I may add just one very brief remark also to link with still other work, and maybe not so much historically inspired, but for example, linguistically inspired. I know that Larry Horn has worked on these kinds of topics, has also made use of similar diagrams. So what he talks about is in the context of Laitotes, the linguistic figure of Laitotes. And so, for example, where you can say, for example, is that person rich? Well, he's not poor. The implicature being he's very rich. These kinds of things. He has also done a lot of work on that from a linguistic perspective, and also makes use of quite similar diagrams, similar considerations about our two predicates, contradictories or contraries, and so on. So yeah, just to latch on to what was being said previously about drawing connections.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. I think now Adrian has entered the session, so we can give him some minutes to present the advance of his research. Can you, Adrian, show your presentation?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry, because in the next minutes I don't speak about syllogistic theory. Okay, so in the next talk I'll talk about my doctoral research project, which relates to the semantic paradoxes in Domingo de Soto's thinking. So this presentation attempts to offer an exposition of the context in which my research takes place, a brief description of the way in which Domingo de Soto approaches the problem in his Aeditio Secunda Simularum, and finally I present some questions that may drive future reflections. So okay. Sorry. Okay. One moment. Sorry about this problem. One moment, please. Okay. Okay, when I was in the last year of my undergraduate study, I became interested in learning about the beginning of philosophical thought in Mexico. I'm from Mexico. And when I was reviewing the logical works published in Mexico during the colonial period, I noticed that some authors, such as Alonso de la Veracruz or Tomás de Mercado, attack some biases related to the teaching of logic. In addition to this, these authors wrote logic manuals whose structure was different from those written by, for example, Albert of Saxony, Paul of Venice, or Domingo de Soto. This difference consisted in the fact that the logic manuals of Alonso de la Veracruz and Tomás de Mercado eliminated the treatises De Obligationibus and De Insolubilibus. In trying to understand this, I realized that the first book which logic was taught at the University of Mexico was the logic manual of Soto, the Additio Secunda Simularum. However, this text was replaced by the Recognitio Simularum by Alonso de la Veracruz. So from this moment, the treatises on obligations and insolubles were forgotten. This situation led me to want to discover if the negative judgments towards these treatises were wrong. So I decided that a good start was to study these treatises in the work of Soto. So from this moment, I decided to focus my doctoral research on this topic. So I'll talk a little about how Soto approaches the problem. But first, okay, so in the context of medieval logic, scholastic logicians use the term insolubilia, to refer to proposition whose structure was like the linear paradox. The analysis of this type of paradox was developed in the treatises called the Insolubilibus. These were part of the so-called minor logic, and in them, the different authors offered a way to solve the problems related to this type of propositions. The reflection on this topic took place from the end of the 12th century and remained until the 16th century, at which time these treatises began to be eliminated from logic manuals. This because of humanist attacks on the contents and the way of teaching logic that the scholastics were accustomed to. So, according to Paul Spade, the development of the medieval discussion about the insoluble can be divided into 3 periods. The first goes from the end of the 12th century to the first decades of the 14th century. So in this period, the discussion is presented in the context or in the treatment of problems related to the first formulation of the theory of obligations. The second phase is presented during the second quarter of the 14th century, where development of the main solutions to the problem is achieved. Finally, from 1350 begins the so-called late phase, in which the solutions of the second period are specified and reflected. It should be added that Soto's text is framed in this last period. So according to Soto, there are 4 scholastic ways of approaching the problem. First, that of those who reject the problem. 2, that of those who accept it but reject the propositional character of the insoluble and deny the reflexivity of the propositions. 3, that of those who accept the insolubles as proposition but deny that their value of truth can be determined. And 4, that defended by Soto, namely that insolubles are proposition and it is necessary to develop the criteria for determining their true value. So for Soto, the insoluble is a kind of proposition that belongs to the genre of reflexive propositions, which have the peculiarity of talking about the logical accidents. As previously stated, the logical problem with this type of proposition is that it's possible to defend both its truth and its falsehood. So at the beginning of the insolubilibus of Soto, he says the following. Propositio insolubilis quam Greci dilemma vocant est illa nomen praefer, quae utrinque capit adversarium ut ego mentior. Propositionis insolubilis multae sunt species, unde propositio se falsificans est illa ad cuius veritatem consequitu ut sit falsa, ut haec est falsa, quae se demonstrat. So if we see the first part of the definition, we can see that the first part of the definition shows the relationship between the insolubles and the theory of obligations. While in the second part, Soto describes the insoluble taking the propositions that are self-falsified as a paradigm. According to the way in which Soto approaches the problem, it can be said that Soto structures his treatise as follows. First, he exposed the nature and species of this type of propositions. Later, he considers the rules to determine their true or their falsehood. Once this is done, he ends his exposition with the analysis of the implication that arise from the modification of the notion of true and falsehood, both for the rules of consequence and for the relations of opposition. So Soto's solution to the Eliard paradox supposes a reformulation of the notion of truth. In fact, some of the problems present in the discussion about the insolubles are related to the development of medieval theories of truth. Let's briefly consider Soto's way of proceeding. He formulates the notion of truth and states that a proposition is true if and only if it is as it means, a proposition is true if and only if it is as it means and it's and does not self-falsify. So this breaks the relationship between truth and the significance of the proposition, which in turn makes it possible to consider semantic paradoxes as false propositions. by reformulating a notion of true and falsehood, Soto avoids the emergence of contradictions. In the second part of his treatise, Domingo de Soto analyzes some consequences that emerge from his proposals and that may inspire future reflections on the subject. Then they are enunciated in the form of a list of questions so that they can be considered. The first question: are all propositions false or true? The second: once the criteria of true and falsehood are modified, it is possible that two contradictory propositions are false at the same time, or that they are true at the same time. Should such conclusion be allowed? The third question: how do insoluble approaches affect notions of science, knowledge, faith, opinion, and truth? Okay, so this was a briefly presentation about my doctoral research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for your brief presentation. Well, I don't know if you have, sorry, if you have some questions about Adrian's exposition. Maybe later. Well, if not, according to the program, we now could have a brief break of about 10 minutes. And then we can present Professor Lawrence Timmy with his exposition. So now it's about 11:20 here. So what about 11:30? Coming back, is that right?
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Very much. Thank you very much. Well, a pleasure to present Professor Lawrence Timmy from Catholic University of Leuven. He will present the paper From Existential Import in Syllogistics to Translations Between Modal Logics. Thank you, Lawrence. Please.
Okay, thank you. I just tried sharing my screen. Did that work? Can you guys see the first slide, the title slide? Okay, yes. Great. Then I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Correa and Jose and their colleagues for giving me the opportunity to present some of my recent research. I'm happy to see so many familiar faces and also to meet some new people. As you can see, the title of my talk is From Existential Import in Syllogistics to Translations Between Modal Logic. And the overall goal of my talk today will be to show how Aristotelian syllogistics, and in particular this age-old problem of existential import, continues to inspire new research in contemporary mathematical logic, in particular translations between different systems of modal logic. So in that sense, I think it latches quite nicely onto the opening remarks that Professor Correa made at the very beginning. This talk is based on two papers. On the one hand, there's a paper really on existential import, which is still in preparation. And then another one which really takes this inspiration from existential import and applies it to the modal logics K and KD. This is joint work with my PhD student, Miguel Flamand, and it's currently under review. Now, I should say that when I prepared these slides, I was still under the impression that that the program allowed for an entire hour for the presentation. and it would probably even have been too long, the slideshow, for an hour. So I definitely have too many slides. That's no problem. I decided not to cut any of them so that I have everything available. If anything relevant comes up in the Q&A, I can still go back to the slides, but I'll probably skip here and there over some slides just to stick to the time. I would also like to ask one of the organizers, if I have about 5 minutes left, just give me a sign. I'm also keeping track of the time more or less with my phone, but if I get carried away, it's your responsibility to cut me short. Just give me a quick warning. Good. So this is basically the structure of what I want to do today. First, there are two sections that deal with existential import. How should we understand existential import? And then there are 4 more sections that apply some of the ideas that we meet in the context of existential import to modal logic. So let's get started by talking about existential import itself. I assume all of you are already familiar with what the problem of existential import is. Very roughly, and I will be more precise very soon, existential import is the idea that certain categorical sentences, certain subject-predicate sentences, somehow seem to demand that their subject be non-empty. Now, what it means for a subject to be non-empty, that's pretty easy to specify, namely, and there should exist at least one entity satisfying the subject term, falling under the subject term. The real difficulty for me as a contemporary logician is to make formally precise this idea of require. What does it mean exactly that a sentence requires its subject to be non-empty? I think this informal idea can be made formally precise in at least 2 different ways. Namely, on the one hand, existential import can be viewed as a property of individual formulas, and on the other hand, as a property of an entire logical system. Okay, so if you look back to the structure of the talk, these are exactly the first 2 titles of the first 2 sections. Existential import as a property of individual formulas, and then as a property of logical systems. So let's get started with existential import as a property of individual formulas. The idea here is that existential import simply gets added. I think I'm not saying anything particularly surprising here, as a separate conjunct to individual formulas. So for example, if you look at the categorical statement all SRP, if you want to formalize it in first order logic, in the language of first order logic, I should say, you don't simply write for all x as x implies px, but you also add the conjunct, and there exists at least one s, which expresses precisely existential import. Similarly, for no SRP, if you really want this to have existential import, you just add the conjunct, as you can see here. Of course, when you want to formalize some SRP, you don't need to add this conjunct, because some SRP already entails that there is at least one s, so it would be vacuous to add as an additional conjunct, and there exists an x as x, although you could do it, there's nothing wrong with it. And similarly for the O proposition, some s are not p. So what does this buy us? Well, I'd say from the perspective of formalizing natural language, what we get if we decide to formalize existential import in this way, namely as a property of individual formulas, what we get is a lot of flexibility. Basically, every formula from English or Latin or what have you from natural language, if you want to formalize it, you get 2 formalizations rather than 1. For example, all SRP gets a formalization with existential import, which I will abbreviate with a exclamation mark, and another one without existential import, which I will abbreviate with a question mark. Okay, and you see again, the only difference is that the existential import has been added as a conjunct. Similarly for no SRP, similarly for some SRP, this is perhaps a bit more new for some of you. And the idea here is that the standard translation has existential import, I exclamation mark. But of course, if you want to have a formalization of all SRP with existential import, then the mirror image of that is that you also going to have a formalization of some SRP that does not have existential import. And the idea being that you then say, well, there is at least one S that is a P on the assumption that, on the condition that there is an S in the first place. Okay, and so this is not saying that some S are P, but only that some of that some S are P on the condition that there are S's in the first place, that there is at least one S in the first place. And similarly, of course, for the O proposition, again, a version with and without existential import. So we get a lot of flexibility. We have always two formulas to choose from. From a logical perspective, we stay within a single logical system. Everything we do, if we take this perspective on existential import, we do within first order logic. I almost wanted to say good old first order logic, but of course, given that the other system is going to be syllogistics, it's maybe weird to call first order logic the good old system of the two. So just a single system of logic, first order logic. Negation toggles existential import. The negation of, for example, the A proposition with existential import will be the O proposition without. Similarly, if you negate the proposition that lacks existential import, the resulting formula or the resulting proposition will have existential import. A philosopher of language might say that this way of looking at existential import views it as part of the statement's semantic content. All these exclamation mark versions of the categorical statements semantically entail. And when I say semantically entail, I always mean in first order logic. That's the only system that we're working in at the moment. All of them entail as part of their semantic content that there exists at least one S. Which also means, of course, we can apply contraposition to this, that empty subject terms are allowed, but they will lead to false statements. In other words, for example, if we just focus on the first bullet point, from existential import is part of the statement semantic content, and we apply contraposition to it. This says, well, if there are no S's, then the statement A with existential import will be false, which you can see as the very last bullet point on the slide. If there are no S's, then the A statement with existential import is false. So empty subject terms are perfectly allowed. They just lead to falsity, to falsehood. From a historical perspective, this is again very useful precisely because of this flexibility that I was already mentioning earlier. Many historical authors hold that some, but not all statements have existential import. The most frequent opinion that we find is that the affirmative statements have existential import, the negative ones lack existential import, which means that we're gonna formalize the two affirmative statements, that is A and I, as having existential import, and the exclamation mark versions. And the two negative ones, E and O, we're gonna formalize by means of the question mark formalizations, and they lack existential import. So here's a quick list of names of authors that pretty explicitly in some of their writings have voiced this view. Note that this goes from the very recent 19th century Lewis Carroll all the way to Peter Abelard in the 11th century, even some people from the Arabic tradition. Al-Farabi was already mentioned earlier today, so I'm happy to be able to name him again. And at least according to some scholars, this is also the way Aristotle dealt with existential import or thought about existential import. I have a quote that I'm going to skip in the interest of time. I do briefly want to come back to Aristotle. So here are some of the people, some of the scholars according to whom Aristotle viewed existential import along the lines that I have just described, that is as a property of individual formulas. Note, many of these people are very recent, with the exception, of course, of Manly Thompson from the 1950s. Good. So this was, in a nutshell, the first way in which you can understand existential import, namely as a property of individual formulas. I'm now going to contrast it with a second way. And it will really be important to always keep in mind, how does the second way differ from the first? So not just understand it in isolation, but really understand it in relation, in contradistinction to the first way. The basic idea now is that we're going to capture existential import by means of an axiom, which we will then add to our system of first order logic, thus obtaining a new system of logic, which we will call syllogistics, or SIL, I abbreviate it SYL, syllogistics. Okay. You could ask questions about the precise shape, syntactic shape of this axiom. I will not be concerned much with this question today. You could say it's going to be, for example, there exists an X as X. You could say, yeah, that's not a categorical statement. I really want subject predicate statements only. Okay, fine. Then take there exists an X as X and as X. Some S's are S. That's in first order logic equivalent. But the second one has is a subject predicate statement. Or you could just take the implication from the left-hand side of the square of opposition from the A statement to the I statement to be your axiom, and so on. Doesn't really matter. Usually I'll just take the first bullet point. There exists an X as X. Why? Well, because this is the one we recognize from before, of course. This is the formula that we used to add as a conjunct to all these separate formulas. Now we no longer are going to add it to individual formulas. We're going to take it as an axiom of our underlying logical system, which means on the semantic side, of course, that while first order logic is interpreted on models consisting of a domain D and an interpretation function I, syllogistics will be interpreted on exactly the same kinds of models, subject to the requirement, of course, that the interpretation of a predicate symbol S has to be non-empty, which is a direct semantic counterpart of the axiom that we are adding, especially if you take it in this shape, there exists an X as X. Of course, this means that we no longer have all this nice flexibility when we are formalizing natural language, because now existential import is an axiom of our logical system SIL, which basically means that every formula whatsoever in SIL is going to have existential import, because an axiom is always there, so to speak. So for example, all SRP, it no longer makes sense to distinguish between a formalization with and a formalization without existential import, because in syllogistics, these two will be logically equivalent to each other, because the formula, there exists an X as X, which we add as a conjunct to express existential import. Well, there exists an X as X, that's an axiom now. So it behaves as a tautology, and a conjunction, one conjunct of which is a tautology, is equivalent to the other conjunct. Okay. So we have a kind of collapse similarly for no SRP, and we no longer have two different formalizations per formula. Previously, we had only a single logical system, first order logic. Now we have two of them, two different logical systems, first order logic and SIL, which I again understand technically as the result of adding an axiom to first order logic. Previously, negation used to toggle between existential import. Now, negation is insensitive to existential import in SIL. Both A and its negation have existential import. Both I and its negation have existential import. Note that I'm not putting exclamation marks or question marks anymore next to my A's and my I's, because they're equivalent anyway. That was the point of the previous slide. Here, I'm saying, well, all formulas have existential import. So in particular, any formula and its negation have existential import. A philosopher of language might say that existential import is now treated not so much as part of the semantic content of the formulas, but rather as a presupposition. For example, an A statement entails that there exists at least one S, but the negation of this A statement also entails this. And the reason for this is, of course, that there exists an X as X is now a tautology, it's an axiom, so it is entailed by every formula. And similarly, because it is a presupposition now, that means that empty subject terms are simply not allowed anymore. Previously, if there were no S's, then we would say that an A statement would be false. Now we would rather say that A is not simply false, but completely meaningless. As you can see at the very end of the slides, not there exists an X as X semantically entails, in the system of syllogistics, of course, any formula phi whatsoever. This is basically a version of ex falsu sequitur quod libet, because again, the negation of there exists an S is now the negation of something that has the status of an axiom. In other words, itself, it is the contradictory, the self-contradictory formula. We have these two logical systems. I think so far I haven't emphasized that enough, because if you look at this slide, it has been working completely in just one of the two systems, namely syllogistics. So let's now really do justice to the fact that we have two different systems. Let's really recognize the philosophical import of that, the philosophical significance of that. Two logical systems means that we're going to be facing issues of logic sensitivity. The question, does the A statement entail the I statement, does not have one single answer anymore. It's going to depend on the logic system, the logical system that you're dealing with. With respect to syllogistics, this entailment holds. With respect to first order logic, it doesn't hold. Okay. And this might look a bit weird, but I would say, and you see that we are now heading in the direction of modal logic already. For me, as a contemporary modal logician, this is absolutely not weird. I would just view this as an analogy with modal logic, and I'm very happy when I noticed that I was not the first one to view this analogy. Christensen already did so as well. Well, the argument box P therefore diamond P, necessary P therefore possible P, well, is valid in the system KD, but not in the system K. Okay, KD is interpreted on pretty much the same kinds of Kripke models as K is, with the exception, of course, that you impose the condition of seriality, which is exactly the counterpart of the condition that we are imposing on our first order models, namely the idea that the interpretation of S should be non-empty. So this means that we are also smack in the middle of the philosophical discussion of the philosophical debate about logical pluralism. You will probably know that in the early 1920s, 1930s, there was this discussion about first order logic versus intuitionistic logic. Is one better than the other? And at a certain point, Carnap came up with this principle of tolerance, which basically says, well, look, asking which logic is better than another one is a pseudo problem. You can only answer it in practical terms, never on purely philosophical, conceptual grounds. And the nice thing is that you also find quite a few people who take this view, and I think Carnap himself was not fully aware of this, because he did it in a discussion. He came up with the principle of tolerance in a discussion between first order logic and intuitionistic logic. But then quite soon you see that people use this very same idea of pluralism, of tolerance, to argue that first order logic versus syllogistics, also there you cannot say one is better than the other. So syllogistics is not outdated, it's just a different system of logic. So I give you a quote from Blanchet. I'm not gonna violate your ears by trying to pronounce this in French, but I will try to translate it to English on the spot. So Blanchet, who is also, by the way, the same Blanchet from the Blanchet-Sesma hexagon that some of you might know about if you've heard talks by me or by other people earlier. So Blanchet says here, well, if some of the Aristotelian rules are not valid in the framework of logistics, that is contemporary first order logic, they nevertheless stay valid in the system of Aristotle himself, on the assumption that Aristotle subscribed to this view, of course. And then Blanchet goes on to say that from 1920 onwards, logics have started to multiply like before geometries have done. The analogy with geometry is a very famous one, also voiced by Carnap. Carnap has expressed a thought which has become known as the principle of tolerance in syntax. In logic, just like in any other deductive system, everybody has the right to choose as they want their first terms and axioms, the only condition being that they're not self-contradictory. So just like Euclid didn't commit an error by putting to the side the cases of non-zero curvature, and what we would nowadays call non-Euclidean geometries, in a similar fashion, Aristotle hasn't committed an error by neglecting, by setting aside the case of empty classes. They're just two different logical systems, just like there are two different logical systems with first order logic and intuitionistic logic, or two different geometries. Good. Historically speaking, of course, we no longer have the flexibility that we used to have. So for example, take a typical historical author who holds the view that affirmative statements like A have existential import, but negative statements like E lack existential import. Well, we can no longer adequately represent this. If you look at existential import in this way, namely as a property of a logical system, because you have to choose. Either you choose to formalize Buridan in the system of syllogistics, but then you are basically forced to say that both A and E have existential import, which does not do right to what Buridan actually says, because he says that E lacks existential import. But if you then say, let's do it in first order logic, well, then neither A nor E has existential import, which again does not do justice to what Buridan says, because he says that A does have existential import. So I think from the perspective of historiography of logic, this second way is not so nice, not so useful, because it does not afford you the flexibility that you really need if you want to adequately capture what certain people have said. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean that the second view, this second perspective on existential import does not have its own advantages. I think, for example, of the nice link with logical pluralism, the analogy with modal logic. So there are certainly a lot of people who have done it like this, including again some pretty big names. And again, according to at least some scholars, Aristotle also. But note that Aristotle was also in the previous list because this is really a matter of scholarly debate. I'll again skip the quote, but I just, I did want to show you some names of people who think that Aristotle viewed existential import in this way. And here I would say that with the possible exception of Smith in his Stanford Encyclopedia entry on Aristotle's logic, these are older articles. So in contrast to the previous list which I showed you. Good. So this is everything I had to say from a, let's say, philosophical, historical perspective on existential import. I now want to talk about modal logic in a pretty technical fashion for a few minutes, and then afterwards you'll see that many of the ideas that have popped up already are gonna start reappearing, okay? But the first few slides we have to get to are a bit more technical, so bear with me, please. So here's the syntax of modal logic, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. We have atomic propositions, a falsum, connective, negation, conjunction, and the box, and all the other ones are defined as we are used to. The modal degree of a formula is a notion that I will make extensive use of. It's defined recursively. Atomic propositions have modal degree 0. Falsum has modal degree 0. Putting a negation in front of a formula or a conjunction in between two formulas doesn't really do much to the modal degree. The degree of a conjunction is just the maximum of the two separate degrees. The only way in which you can really make the degree of a formula go up is by putting a box in front. Okay, so for example, the degree of box P is 1. The degree of box P is 2, and so on. And so basically the degree just counts how many modal operators are nested inside of each other. I think this is a notion that some of you will be familiar with, and even if you aren't, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The semantics of modal logic is that I'm going to make use of is also completely standard, namely a semantics in terms of Kripke models. So triples consisting of a set of possible worlds, a binary relation, and evaluation. You know what the semantics looks like, in particular the box operator, box phi, necessary phi, is a universal quantification over accessible worlds. We say that necessary phi is true at a world W, if and only if phi is true in all worlds V that can be accessed along the R relation from W. And the two logics that I'm going to be talking about are K and KD. We say that phi is a tautology in K if and only if it is true in all Kripke models M and worlds W. And we say that phi is a KD tautology if it is true in all serial Kripke models and worlds W, where seriality means, as you will probably know, that every world sees at least one world. Okay, every world sees at least one world. There exists at least one accessible world, direct counterpart of there exists at least one S, existential import, in other words. KD stands to K, as Syl stands to full. Also from a semantical perspective, as you can see here. Okay, most important slide of the talk. What I want to do now is I want to define some translation functions. So two functions, W and S, they take a formula as input and they will produce a formula as output. Let's first talk about the W formula. So what does it do? If you want to compute, or if you want to apply W to a formula phi, what do? You write down an implication. The consequent is simply the formula phi itself. What is the antecedent? Well, the antecedent is a conjunction. Each individual conjunct has a pretty straightforward shape, namely it's diamond top, where top is an arbitrary tautology, diamond top with a sequence of n boxes in front of it. For every in every conjunct you have a different number of boxes going from 0 all the way to the degree of the formula. Remember this notion of modal degree, -1. We'll get to examples in a minute. The only thing that I do want to show you still is, well, if you understand W, you also understand S, because the only difference is we replace the implication with a conjunction. Okay. Apart from that, there's no difference. So let's now look at some examples. I think they're all in terms of W, but again, if you understand W, you also understand how S works. So here are some examples. Let's start with the easiest possible case, an atomic proposition. Well, an atomic proposition has degree 0, so that means that this entire antecedent or this entire left conjunct falls out, so you just have P that remains. So both applying S in this case or W in this case falls out or gets deleted, then the only thing that remains is just the P. So for a more interesting example, let's apply W to box P. Box P has modal degree 1, and we see one box. So what should we do? We should write down an implication. The consequence should be the formula box P itself. What should the antecedent be? It should be a conjunction with that's 0. So we have to range from 0 to 0. So that's just a single case. As you can see here, what is this? This is diamond top of 0 boxes, right? If you understand this, then you will also be able to predict what W applied to box P is going to be. Well, what is it? It's an implication. The consequent is box P itself. What is the antecedent? A conjunction. Now we have two conjuncts. Why two? Well, we have diamond top with 0 boxes in front, and we have diamond top with 1 box in front. And that's where we have to stop, because 1 is the result of taking the degree of box P, that is 2, and then subtracting 1. Okay. Final example, W of box P is an implication with box P as consequent. What do we have in the antecedent? Well, diamond top with 0 boxes in front, and diamond top with 1 box in front, and diamond T with 2 boxes in front, 2 being 1 less than the degree of this formula. Okay, I hope this is clear. I'm spending a tremendous amount of time on this, because if this is not clear, the remainder of the talk will not be clear. Good. There are two further functions that we define, W prime and S prime, which are not so relevant. I'll stay pretty brief about them. So the main thing to see here is they are defined through mutual recursion, because W prime of the negation of phi is actually the negation of S prime of phi, and similarly S prime of the negation of phi is the negation of W prime of phi. And whereas for conjunction, it behaves very nicely. W prime of a conjunction is just the conjunction of the two W primes and so on. For box, we have the same behavior as before, namely, it commutes with the box and you put the diamond top in front in antecedent or in conjunct. And there are some examples, but I will not go into these. So, quick discussion of the translations. They have much in common with each other. They agree on many formulas. How you compute them is different. But for example, if you apply W or W prime to box P, the end result will be the same formula, similarly for S and S prime. And that is, of course, because they are motivated by the same intuitions, ultimately coming from existential import, I would say. S and S prime are meant to strengthen your formula, namely by adding a conjunct to it. Think of this conjunct as capturing existential import, whereas W and W prime weaken your formula by making it conditional upon the assumption of existential import. And this will return later. There are also some important differences, so don't go ahead and think that they're entirely the same. There are many formulas, some of them already quite easy, of low modal degree on which they disagree. So for example, PM box Q, if you apply W or W prime to it, will give rise to different non-equivalent formulas. So the idea is that both W and W prime, S and S prime, are motivated by this idea of strengthening and weakening, but the precise implementation is a bit different. Okay. I could say much more about this, but I won't, because I want to get to this kind of outlook slide. Let's combine two basic observations. the modal logic K and the modal logic KD have the exact same modal language, the same set of formulas. If you give me a formula in complete isolation, I cannot tell you whether it's coming from K or from KD. The language is just the same. But these translations that we are defined are just functions from the language to the language. So that means that we can now, philosophically speaking, start looking at them in different ways. There are three natural perspectives that we can take. We can view these functions as going from K to K. So then you are translating within K. You can look at them as translating from KD to KD. So then you are staying within KD. Or you can look at them as going from K to KD or vice versa from KD to K. And that's what I call translating between the two modal logics. I would argue that the first two bullet points, the operating within modal logic K or KD, correspond to viewing existential import as a property of individual formulas. Translating between K and KD, well, then you have two logical systems at the same time in play, K and KD, just like previously first order logic and syllogistics. Then you are viewing existential import as a property of logical systems. And you can now see that the three sections that I have now are exactly translating within K, translating within KD, and then finally translating between K and KD. Can I briefly ask how much time I have left?
Yes, please.
I can just continue.
Yeah,
Again, I'll try to be brief. I don't want to speed up too much because then it's not clear anymore, but I'm just going to be selective. So let's first talk about translating within K. The most important property is the final one that I'm showing you. So first of all, note this is really within K. I am taking a formula phi, I am applying S to it, I'm applying W to it, and now I am asking the question, is there an entailment relation between these guys? Within K. So this is very clearly an example of the within K perspective. And also the equivalences that you see mentioned earlier on the slide, which I will not go into in detail, they're all in K. So this is clearly the within K perspective. And then you see quite nicely that indeed S does what we intuitively wanted to do, namely strengthen the formula, and W the same, in the sense that the formula phi is entailed by its strengthening, and itself it entails its weakening. Okay. These entailments we have for every formula phi. In some specific cases, one of the entailments will become a logical equivalence. And that's what we have here. So for degree 0 formulas, actually you have two equivalences. Then phi is equivalent to its strengthening and its weakening. If you have a formula of the form diamond phi, with phi itself being of degree 0, so diamond phi as a whole is of degree 1, right? Because of the diamond that you put in front of it. It will be equivalent to its strengthening. Box phi will be equivalent to its weakening. Okay. In general, so these are just a few special cases that will become particularly relevant in a minute, but in general, most formulas are distinct both from their strengthening and their weakening. I give an example, diamond P or Q is entailed, but not entailed by its strengthening, but not equivalent to it, entails its weakening, but is not equivalent to it. The same holds for S prime and W prime, but I will skip that. Because I really wanted to arrive here, the modal square of opposition. So we take 4 formulas, we take a fragment of 4 formulas, necessary P, possible P, impossible P, and possible not P. What usually happens, the story that gets usually told is, well, relative to the modal logic K, within K, these give rise to a degenerate square of opposition. Jean-Yves Béziot calls it an X of opposition for obvious reasons. Because we have 2 pairs of contradictory formulas, but we lack a contrariety, we lack a subcontrariety, and we lack 2 subalternations. As I was mentioning earlier in a Q&A, these additional relations always travel in 4. So if you lack one of them, you lack all 4 of them. The usual solution that is proposed is then to move to KD, to the stronger logic, because then you restore all these problems. You do get a contrariety, you do get a subcontrariety, and you do get your 2 subalternations, and everybody's happy. Okay, but the price that we pay is, of course, that we have to move to a stronger logic KD. What we can do now with these two functions, of course, is we can stay within K, but apply our strengthening and weakening functions as an W, okay? So that means that we are gonna get some additional formulas. So for every formula from the fragments that you see here, we're gonna apply both S to it and W to it. In each case, one of these two formulas, either the weakening or the strengthening, will be equivalent to the original formula because of the results that I mentioned 2 slides ago. But the nice thing is that in total, we still get 4 additional formulas. So in total, we get 8 formulas, and you can draw an octagon of opposition that looks like this. And so we have box P, both in the strong version and in the weak version, which is equivalent to box P itself. And so we have 2 upper left corners now rather than just 1. We have 2 lower left corners, namely diamond P in the strong version, which is diamond P itself, or which is equivalent to diamond P, I should say, but also the weakened version, and so on. Dashed lines are contrarieties, dotted lines are subcontrarieties. We have a skeleton of contradictions in the middle, and we have some subalternations. So for example, we see that the strong version of box P is contradictory to the weak version of diamond not P, but contrary to all the other 3 formulas on the right-hand side. Okay. Note in particular that box P and box not P do not stand in any Aristotelian relation whatsoever. Actually, if you look at this horizontally stretched out square that you see as a sub-diagram, a sub-square inside this octagon, that's a degenerate square that we of course knew from before, namely that's this one, right? This one is embedded inside the octagon as this horizontally stretched out square. This octagon we usually call a Buridan octagon because with completely different formulas, again, similar to what I said before, with completely different formulas, we do find the exact same configuration of Aristotelian relations already in the work of John Buridan. But actually, even for these very same formulas, or I should not say for the same formulas, but for the categorical counterparts, so not the modal formulas, but the categorical formulas, we do already find this, for example, in the 1920s in the work of Johnson, and where you see, for example, that you have 2 versions of your A statement here on the left upper corner, 2 versions of your I statement, 2 versions of your E statement, one with, one without existential import, and so on. I'm very happy that I decided to include this picture as well, given the presence of Professor Reed. He also has this diagram, but you can also find it in many other sources. But now we have obtained a modal counterpart. Translating within KD, here I can be very brief, just 1 slide. Everything collapses. All the fine and subtle distinctions that we made within K, with a formula being entailed by its strengthening and then itself entailing its weakening, all of those distinctions collapse. In KD, all these formulas become equivalent to each other. Also, if you take S prime and W prime into account, but I didn't mention them much in this talk, so I will not start doing so now. So basically what we get is we get the modal square of opposition in KD, which looks like this. Box P is not only equivalent to its weakening, but now also to its strengthening. In KD, of course. Diamond P is not only equivalent to its strengthening, but also to its weakening, and similarly on the right-hand side. So this is just the ordinary modal square, classical square of opposition in KD, you could say. But the philosophical perspective has changed dramatically, because previously, KD was the bringer of good news, you could say, because previously the story that we were telling was, well, in K, we have a degenerate square. That's not very nice. We go to KD, and then we have a classical square after all. Very nice. Now I would say we have a much more nuanced picture, because now I would say, well, in K, we didn't just have a degenerate square. We had an entire Buridan octagon with lots of interesting subtle distinctions, which are now all collapsed. The octagon collapses into a square because of all the pairwise collapses, all the formulas which used not to be equivalent in K become equivalent in KD, because KD is too strong a logic, you could say. Okay, so that brings me to the final section, namely translating between K and KD. So now for the first time, we're really gonna bring these 2 logical systems into interaction with one another. we've been able to show, we meaning Miguel Flamand, my PhD student, and I, to show that W is a faithful embedding of the system KD into the system K. That is, we can show that phi is a KD tautology if and only if its weakening is a K tautology. This is, I think, the most interesting technical result of the talk. The proof relies on some methods from finite model theory and by simulations in particular, for those of you who are familiar with this. And as far as we know, no such faithful embedding of KD into K was known until now. So the fact that we have been able to prove this directly inspired by considerations of existential import, I think is quite nice. That's exactly what I said. So W is a faithful embedding. We have proved this. W is a faithful embedding of KD into the weaker logic K. So you might then expect that S will be a faithful embedding of K into the stronger logic KD. That's a very reasonable expectation, but it's wrong. This is incorrect, unfortunately. But there is some good news, namely we have been able to prove a more general result that says, well, there simply does not exist a faithful embedding sigma of K into KD, subject to a very mild constraint, namely that sigma of a disjunction should entail the disjunction of the sigmas, and which you could view basically as 1/2 of expressing compositionality for disjunction. And compositionality would require here an equivalence. I don't even need an equivalence, just one way entailment already suffices. So as soon as you impose this constraint, all hopes of a faithful embedding of K into KD are gone, and the two translation functions that we consider from K to KD in our paper, that is S and S prime, meet this condition, satisfy this condition, so they indeed will not be faithful embeddings. This is also a more technical result, but it's a negative result, of course. It says that something does not exist. I want to return one final time to the modal square of opposition, and ultimately even to the categorical square. The final slide will contain another categorical square, I should already announce. So we have our 4 formulas from modal logic. We already know this is a classical square in KD because of all the collapses that happen in KD. This is a degenerate square in our very weak, poor logic K, the smallest normal modal logic, as some of you know. To make this a bit more precise, or to zoom in on just one special case, for example, box P and box not P, well, they are contrary relative to KD, but they are not contrary. They do not stand in any relation whatsoever. They are independent relative to K. So when we say that they are contrary to relative to KD, that actually means that they cannot be true together, but they can be false together. And what you see here on the right-hand side of the slide is just a formal way of expressing this very basic idea. They cannot be true together, but they can be false together. There does not exist a serial Kripke model in which both of them are true, that is, in which their conjunction is true, but there does exist a serial Kripke model in which both of them are false, that is, in which their disjunction is false. Okay. But of course, now look at these two formulas from the perspective of our W translation, which is a faithful embedding of KD into K. And here, this guy here expresses that box P and box not P cannot be true together relative to KD. But of course, if you forget about the philosophical meaning, what you see here is just the formula being a KD tautology. So given that W is a faithful embedding of KD into K, well, that means that if we apply W to this conjunction, or to this negation, I should say, it will be a K tautology. Given that this disjunction is not a KD tautology, the result of applying W to it will not be a K tautology. And that's just applying what it means for W to be a faithful embedding of KD into K. So we can now say that box P and box not P are contrary relative to K, conditional on diamond top, which is exactly the antecedent of these two implications here. So summary, these two formulas, box P and box not P, are contrary relative to KD, independent relative to K, but you kind of can have your cake and eat it too. You can say that they are contrary relative to K, conditional on the assumption that there exists at least one possible world, diamond top. In terms of the entire square, the entire fragment of 4 formulas, it's a classical square of opposition in KD, but a degenerate square in K, But you could again go for this kind of compromise solution and say that this is a classical square in K2, conditional on the assumption diamond top, on the assumption that there exists at least one possible world. And again, here, this is very nice, but it's ultimately nothing more than the modal counterpart of something that we already knew a long time ago in the case of categorical logic, syllogistics, that is. So here's a quote from Nelson from the 1930s. So he's also talking about how should we understand, in a formally precise sense, this idea of existential import. Well, it must enter somewhere, and ultimately, his solution is to say that the existential proposition, there exists an x as x, is an antecedent of every relation of the square. Note that he says that it is an antecedent of every relation of the square, not of the formulas in the square, but of the relations between these two, between the two formulas each time. So this is what he says with respect to his relations. But I think even more beautiful and telling is this, which is my final slide. So on the assumption that S is non-empty, the existential import assumption, what do we get in the consequent? Well, the entire square. But the antecedent, the existential import, is not added as a conjunct to the formulas, but really to the relations holding between the formulas. So it's a property of the logic rather than of the individual formulas. And that's everything I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting paper, Professor Dimi. So we have now time for questions and comments. Any questions? Yes, please, David.
Yes, thank you, Lawrence, for this interesting talk. I just have one thought about this mapping W, and that reminds me this operation, or this modality in public announcement logic, in which there is a test modality. And do you have these mappings have the same extensions in diagrams in this dynamic epistemic logics, or do you have some ideas about application in this system?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so the work I presented was just in a basic kind of system of modal logic, alytically or deontically or whatever interpreted, but just one box, one diamond, one accessibility relation, basically. An interesting idea would, of course, be to try to now extend this. Of course, the more you try to extend it and generalize it, and we have been doing some work in that direction, but the more you generalize it, the more you go away from the initial inspiration, which comes from syllogistics. So that's why I decided not to put that in the slides as well, because I wanted to stay quite closely to the syllogistic inspiration. A direction that I haven't looked into is the one that you mentioned, namely dynamic logics, PDL or DEL. Another direction that we have already looked into, but with not much results yet, I must say. So in that sense, it's almost equivalent, in the sense that, yeah, it's as if we haven't looked into it either, is translating logics other than KD into K. So just monomodal, normal modal logics other than KD into K. And for example, it is known that you can translate KT into K, and KT is the logic of where box behaves effectively, because of the so-called box dot translation, which basically for every formula says replace every occurrence of box P with box P and P. So that is every time where you might need an entailment of box P to P, yeah, just add that you have that entailment, so to speak, and that's the box dot translation. But other than that, there are still many open spaces of translations. There are still many pairs of logics where intuitively you would want a translation from one logic to the other, but at the moment we don't have it available. for example, the box dot translation says replace every, so this is from kt to k. It says replace every occurrence of box p with box p conjunction p. And because p is entailed by box p, that's the t axiom. So you might say, oh, now I have a good idea for coming up with a KD for a translation of KD into K, namely the box double dot translation, which would go as follows. Let's replace every occurrence of box P with box P conjunction diamond P, because that's exactly what the axiom of D says, right? Box P implies diamond P, so you just add all these consequences, but it doesn't work. And so when I said that the W translation works, it's really in contrast to something that you might think does work, it doesn't. So many ideas which work and which look generalizable do not generalize. What we're now trying to do is see whether this idea generalizes. So the idea would be, if you have a modal logic that is characterized by some axioms, how do you translate from that modal logic into K? Well, if you want to translate the formula phi, what will it look like? It will be an implication. The consequent will be phi. What will be the antecedent? Well, you take the axiom, but you fill it in with every atomic proposition, with every subformula that occurs in the formula that you are translating, and then you put boxes in front. How many? Well, how many as you might possibly need, and that's where the conjunction comes in, ranging from 0 all the way up to the degree of phi -1. Because the W translation that I gave you, that I presented in the slides, is a special case of the general idea that I very chaotically, I apologize for that, try to describe now. Because the idea is that the D axiom can be formulated as diamond top. So it has no atomic propositions. So that means that you get rid of a huge deal of complexity because you don't have to substitute subformulas in, right? The beautiful thing of the D axiom is you can formulate it as a pure modal formula without making use of atomic propositions. The D axiom is not a pure modal formula. The 4 axiom, the 5 axiom, you always need atomic propositions to formulate them. And I think that is basically what is causing a lot of trouble in a really technical sense. Of course, now we're no longer talking about syllogistics, but that's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is any other question? Yes, please, Professor Priet.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. That was a very nice talk and very nice results at the end. And I particularly liked the link you made between the formula addition and the system addition as marking the difference between what I'll, for speed just call the Łukasiewicz approach to Aristotle and the approach that I hadn't thought of it that way, and it's a very nice suggestion which I need to think more about. There was a particular point when you moved on to talk about adding these axioms to a system, which went past fairly quickly. I wonder if you could go back to the slide where you did that.
Yeah. Sure. Let's see, where am I?
It's quite a long way back, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like so. Good.
Yes, here, right. I thought you were going in a different direction at this point, and as I understand it, basically you've just taken the first of those axioms as a general axiom for all S. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I have you explored the possibility of taking the fourth one as an axiom, as adding an axiom, and I wondered what shape of result you got from that, because that's more like the Aristotelian view as I would have thought of it.
Not really, but on the face of it, I would say that they're all going to be equivalent to each other. Because,
are they? Right. Okay.
For example, suppose that you have there exists an X as X. So suppose that you add this one as an axiom, then you will be able to derive the fourth one as a theorem for trivial reasons, and vice versa. Suppose that you add the fourth one as an axiom. Then given that we always have all S are S, in combination with this fourth bullet point, it will say, take P to be S itself, then it will say all S are S, then there exists an S. Modus ponens gives you there exists an S.
Right, good.
So I think they're all going to be equivalent to each other. The main reason that I listed all of them is for reasons of some people only, I do everything in the language of first order logic. And note, I emphasize the language of first order logic, not the system first order logic. But I know, for example, in the 1950s and 60s, there has been some algebraically inspired work where the only syntactically allowed form was that of really a subject predicate statement. And then you can't have this because this is not a subject predicate statement, but this one is. And that's what I actually
I remember you
wrote
saying
on the slide, but I didn't go into it here. So Bochensky and Thomas, they have more algebraic systems and they have IAA. Some A are A. So that's exactly this form because they need a subject and a predicate, but it's okay if they are the same.
Good. I should have thought that through more clearly. Right. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Some people complain when I present this because they say, oh, but that's weird because so you're saying now that every subject of a categorical statement should exist, should be non-empty. But what if you say something like all golden mountains are mountains? Does that mean that are you then committed to the existence of golden mountains? My reply to that would be, all I'm saying here is take the monadic predicate letters of your language and you have existential import on those guys, and not on conjunctions. For example, you could easily say for all X open brackets as X and not as X implies PX implies there exists an X as X and not as X. Yeah, sure. But what you're doing then is you're not just applying it to a monadic predicate symbol anymore, but already to a complex one. So what I do lose, and that is how the discussion then sometimes proceeds, what I do lose is substitution or uniform replacement, sorry. But having grown up in public announcement logic, where you don't have replacement anyway, I don't find that too problematic. In public announcement logic, you have bang P after a public announcement of P is true. But if you replace P with P, but you don't know that P, then you get the knowability paradox. So you don't have uniform replacement there. You don't have it here either. True.
And then they tell you that you're not talking logic any longer.
Yep. Yeah. And that's why I like the pluralism that gets associated with.
Okay, any other question? Jonah, please.
Hey there, sorry for this noise in the background. Sounds like maybe a tornado siren or something. But thanks so much for the talk. I was really curious about your thoughts about like the relationship between these kinds of logical issues about existential import and ontology, because kind of how I guess this gets carted out in like introductory classes on this type of thing is that you have like existential import being particularly important for questions about like the philosophy of fiction and like fictional names, you know, things about like Sherlock Holmes and stuff like that. And then you have some people who want to think that if you adopt some kind of relativism or pluralism about logics with different varieties of like attitudes toward existential imports, you end up with kind of like an ontological relativity, you know, like in Quine, for example. Do you have any like general thoughts about this kind of relationship? Did your work in like these particular kind of technical questions make you think differently about some of this stuff? I just wondered if you wanted to maybe soapbox for a minute.
Yeah, good. Thanks for the question. It's a challenging one, of course. My own philosophical inclination is very much in the direction of logical pluralism, Carnap's principle of tolerance, and so on. So that means every dispute between logic will not be, you cannot settle it on logical conceptual grounds. You can say that one logic is better than another for practical reasons because logics are tools. But of course, if you really take that view, and on the other hand, you also want to say that your logic dictates your ontological commitments. To be is to be the value of a bound variable, as Quine would say. Yeah, then of course, doubting between logics or without much care switching from one logical system to another because all of a sudden another one is the more useful tool, yeah, all of a sudden gets a big kind of philosophical or metaphysical import, because then you might not just be switching from one tool to another tool in your toolbox, but really from one worldview to another worldview, from one ontology to another ontology. That's true. The quote by Pryor that I skipped is exactly making that point, namely, first order logic makes the assumption that there exists at least one thing, but it doesn't make any, that there exists at least something, non-empty domains, whereas syllogistics makes the much harder assumption, or the much more startling assumption, Pryor called it. Sorry, not Pryor. Yeah, swap, doesn't matter. The much more startling assumption that there exists at least one thing of every subject, that there exists at least one thing of every kind for which we have a term, a predicate to label the kind, which is much more far-reaching, of course. My own logic professor in my introductory course was very firmly in the camp of viewing Aristotle, or interpreting Aristotle as holding on to the existential import as a property of logical systems kind of view. Because he said, well, look, Aristotle's logic, and I always remembered this because it made a lot of sense. But of course, yeah. He said, look, Aristotle's logic is purely developed, that was purely developed in the context of his natural philosophy. When Aristotle wanted to reason, he didn't want to reason purely in the abstract. He was not a mathematician. He was a natural scientist. He wanted to reason about things that he knew existed because he had already observed them. This kind of fish in the sea, that kind of bird in the air. He was a natural scientist. So for him, existential import really was an axiom, because he only wanted to reason about stuff which he already knew existed in the first place. Yeah. I thought it was interesting to bring this up. I don't even know anymore now why, but yeah, this is what I have to offer you. I hope it will do.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Lawrence. In Aristotelian syllogistic, we distinguish between these syllogisms that conclude in subordinated conclusion. For example, barbari, and other similar, right? So you have you can conclude in A, for example, everyone is S, for example. So you can subordinate this conclusion. So this is a class of Aristotelian syllogistic with existential import. But there are others in which, like a darapti or philapton, in which the conclusion must be particular, and also in these moods, the middle term is always universal, right? Like in darapti, for example, or philapton, it's the middle term is always universal. You say every S is P, every S is T, so some T is P, right? So my question is, can you, in your theory, within your theory, make a distinction between these two kind of Aristotelian syllogistics? Or
if you view existential imports as a property of logical systems, then I think both Barbari and Darapti will be valid in syllogistics, but invalid in first order logic. So there you can already not differentiate. If you take existential import to be a property of individual formulas, yeah, I think if you take, for example, the Buridan view or the majority view that A sentences have existential import, then both in Barbari and in Darapti, the two A premises will have existential import added as a conjunct. Both of them will be valid, or you could say in both cases, I'm not gonna add it, and then both of them will be invalid. So again, I think you cannot differentiate. I think you cannot differentiate. So, and I think this is actually a feature rather than a bug, an advantage rather than a disadvantage of what I'm trying to say. Because what I'm trying to say is these are two different ways of conceptualizing existential import, of thinking about existential import. But ideally speaking, I would say this should not have any impact on our actual assessments of validity. It would be bad, I think. I'm not sure. This is the first time I'm thinking about this, but I think it would be bad, philosophically speaking, if a certain argument would be valid, or a certain differentiation between valid and invalid arguments, like, for example, Barbari and Darapti, could be drawn according to one way of looking at existential import, but not according to another way. The analogy that I have in mind is the following. Suppose that we're talking about metaphysics. I'm a hardcore realist. You are an idealist about the nature of reality. Nevertheless, the two of us are going to agree about the empirical facts. The two of us are going to agree that Mount Everest is 8,848 meters high. What that sentence means is going to be very different, of course. Is it constituted by our mind, yes or no? But the debate between the realist and the idealist is a metaphysical debate. It's not a debate about the empirical, the mundane, I would almost call them empirical facts. Is it 8,848 or 49, for example? And in the same way, I would say the debate between existential import as a property of individual formulas versus of logical systems is a real philosophy of logic kind of debate that should be above, that should be more abstract, that should not have an impact on the actual logical, I would almost now say the empirical assessments of validity. It should be possible for two logicians to have different philosophies of logic while still agreeing on which arguments are valid and which ones are invalid, just like it should be possible for two empirical scientists to have completely different ontological views, but nevertheless agree on the empirical facts.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't know if any other question. Well, we would like to thank Lawrence again for your nice talk. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Very nice. Well, we have time, I think, for inviting the next talk. David?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Professor Manuel. Yes, Karel?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Okay. You have your slides. You can share if you like.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce Professor Karel Sebela from Palestine University, Olamus. So his talk is about theory of predicables and sorted logic. So thank you again, Karel, to join us, and go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I hope that you can hear me and that you can see the presentation on that book perfectly. Thank you very much. Okay, my talk will be about this very subject. It is based on my article, which is still in preparation, and so all of the talk will be sharing with you some general ideas of my current research. So it's a really work in progress, and I try to keep it in a really non-technical way. I just want to keep with the really basic thoughts about the very subject. So first of all, my goal is to investigate some traditional part of the Aristotelian logic, namely theory of predicables. I would try to my idea is to try to reconstruct it in a sum of the modern logic, in some system of the modern logic, namely in the so-called sort logic. So my aim will be to do some conceptual analysis and comparison. That will be my goal. First of all, why to do this? I think in the conference like this, it's no need to go into details here, because you all will know it. Aristotelian logic is, from the point of view of the modern logic, it's just a small part of the canonical modern extension logic, namely first order predicate logic, which is a point of view which has some really big advantages, like the square of the opposition collapses, some previously valid logical syllogistic modes can be seen as invalid, like the typical case is syllogism d'adapté, and for example, theory of categories or theory of predicables become an extra-logical matter. It's completely out of the first order logic. So my broad question is really, are there any other interpretations of Aristotelian logic, and especially this parts other than first order model logic, which can be seen as the more adequate? And this is my little project with my two Czech colleagues about non-classical interpretation of the Aristotelian logic and the theory of predication, which we work on. And as by now, my work hypothesis is that sort logic could be seen as really promising candidate for reinterpretation of Aristotelian logic. A lot of work in this field was already done. Timothy Smiley really in already 1962 proved that in sort logic, the logic square opposition is valid and all the syllogistic moods are valid, even the problematic modus like d'adapté and so on and so on. So some work was done, but what remains as the open question really is how to interpret or reconstruct theory of categories or theory of predicables in a system of model logic or in a even sorter logic. And that is my point to work on precisely this field, to reconstruct the theory of categories or predicables into sorter logic. So to do so, first of all, I need to say something what I would like to newly interpret with my team, but we want to newly interpret and reconstruct. So just I will just say a few things what we concentrate on in the theory of predicables. So theory of predicables, as you know, is the classification of a certain type of predicates. It's an important point here, namely first order monadic simple predicates. And second essential feature is that important feature here is that the simplest form of classification of these predicables is to classify them into essential and non-essential predicables. And this classification is just a simply question whether a given predicable is an answer to the question, what is it, in the traditional manner. If yes, it is essential. If no, it's non-essential predicable. As you see, we we work with Porphyrian classific table of predicables with 5 predicables, including species, which differs from the original Aristotle's version, which with only 4 predicables. Okay, so the feature which is important for us is that essential predicable determine the essence of the thing. It really determines the thing. What is it? While the unknown essential predicables give us other characteristics of things. And now it's important each of which has already an essence. This important point here. So what I would like to prefer here is a sort of logic as interpretation. What is it? What can be basically said about it? Its origins are in so-called many-sorted logic already in the 30s. Arnold Schmidt is one of the first ones who do this. Ontologically, we can just say very simply that in first order logic we have a unified universe of discourse, and in many-sorted logic we just simply divide this one complex universe of the discourse into different kinds, let's say different sorts. It's ontologically speaking, if we want to know what change does it make on the level of language, we can say that a theory is many-sorted if it has variables of different kinds, each restricted to a different range of objects as possible values. Simple example should be taken from Schmidt is that if we would like to say in geometry, let's say some basic formulas like x lies on y, means some points lies on some lines. It we relatively intuitively think is to take it in that way that x is a variable which ranges over points, and y is another variable ranges over lines. So we have different sorts of, let's say, things, points and lines, and it should be for some reasons useful to introduce this many-sorted theory, which differs different variables, and also we can say that we can have some predicates like points and lines. And for example, if we take predicate point, we can say that it's a predicate whose extension is simply this subset of universe of discourse. It means the set of all points, and line should be seen as a predicate, which is the name of this subset of the universe of discourse, namely the set of all lines. Okay, that's some really basic.
Sorry, your slides aren't advancing. We only see the first slide.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what's the problem here.
If I may, because this is something I see quite often, it has to do with PowerPoint and the order in which you go into slideshow mode and share screen. So if you went into slideshare mode and then shared screen, try doing it the other way around.
Thank you. I try to. Now, which slide do you see? The first one? The fourth one?
The fourth one, yeah.
Predicables.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And now the fifth one?
No, the same.
The same.
Move it from the right.
Yeah.
This is 5. This is the 5th.
Now you can see the 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, fine. So I try this way. Okay. Thank you. So I hope it was understandable even in this way. Okay. It was many-sorted logic in the 30s. Now the modern, after Second World War, debate about sort logic concentrate with the very notion of sortal. Sortal can be seen simply as a noun, just purely linguistically as a noun that allows us to individuate and count instances of that noun. And so we can divide nouns into countable and simply uncountable, and take numbers as modifiers. If we can, if we would like to have some conceptual definition of the concept of sortal, I can give you the Nino Coquerel's definition that sortal can be seen as social genetically developed cognitive ability or capacity to distinguish, count, and collect or classify things. So the basic idea is here is really offers itself to take Aristotelian species and genera as a variation of a sortal, as a kind of sortal. So moreover, in some versions of sortal logic, sortals are subordinated to another sortals. So we can build a whole hierarchy of sortals. Then in this case, every sortal is subordinated to some ultimate sortal. It means sortal which is subordinate to no other sortal. With the help of this, we can really think about reconstruction of theory of categories in sortal logic, because in the theory of categories in Aristotelian logic, we also have some hierarchy of genera and species, and so this should be seen as a really good analogy with this. So this should be one of the reasons why to choose sortal logic, but there should be other things. For example, in the classic first order logic, usually we do not distinguish within the group of predicates within the simple first order monadic predicates. We just have predicates without any other qualification. So, but in sortal logic, we have distinction at least between sortal and non-sortal predicates. As I said before, in case of sortal logic, it's usually counting common nouns, which provides some criteria of identity, and non-sortal identity, it's most adjective, intransitive verbs, and above all mass terms. I don't want to go into details here, but what is really important for sortal logic is are the criteria of identity. It's really essential for sortal logic that sortals provides the criteria of identity. And along these lines, in sortal logic, we also have a distinction between sortal predication and not sortal predication, which is simply sortal predication is predication with sortal predicates. And standard predication is predication with non-sortal predicates. We can see this, that there should be a really great analogy between this and the difference between essential and non-essential predication in Aristotelian logic. So these are the main analogies between sortal logic and Aristotelian and theory of predicables, let's say. So now how to do it concretely with individual predicables. First, essential predicables, genus and species. Definitions are very well known. The proposal is to understand species and genera as a kind of sortals. Now I have just want to, if I would like to unify terminology, should be some problem that genera and species are correlative, let's say, notions. No concept is genus or species, but let's say by itself, but only by virtue of its role in the hierarchy of genera and species. So in order to unify it, I would like to say that when I will speak about species, I will mean lowest species, the species and the other genera, except the highest high genera. I will just call everything except high genera species, just only because of the terminology. There's no bigger reason. I would like to treat all this hierarchy uniformly, with the exception of the high genera. It means traditionally without categories. So yes, I will. The last point I would like. I think it's not necessary to point out it here, because originally this presentation was on another conference, and I think on the conference full of people who really understand the sort of archaeology are need to go into these details. What is lowest species and so on and so on. So what should be, I think, a promising way to go is to characterize species. It means lowest species, and also the way genera with the except of the high genera, as a compound which is based on the traditional definition, Aristotle definition as the unity of genus proximus and differentia specifica. So we can see species as a compound of phi, which consists of superordinate genus, which is traditionally genus proximum, and now can be seen in sortal logic as a superordinate sortal, and specific difference. And I will speak what can be seen as a specific difference. So this alpha is a sortal. This first part of the compound is a sortal which is connected with the principle of identity. Principle of identity is, according to one of the people who deal with sortal logic, Strawson, is a principle for distinguishing and counting individual particulars, which can be seen in accordance with the Aristotelian intuitions about what is a species, that's something that collects individual particulars that fall under the given species. And the beta, the second part of the compound, can be seen in the terminology of sortal logic as an adjectival term. It's in Geach's terminology. As Damit suggests, sortal is also, every sortal is connected with a criterion of application, which means which determines when it is correct to apply a predicate to an individual, or let's say, in other words, when it is meaningful or meaningless to apply a predicate to an individual. For example, we can say some predicates can be applied to animals, or completely other kind of predicates can be applied to numbers, and so on and so on. Most adjectives, according to Damit, are connected only with the criterion of application, not of criterion of identity, but with the criterion of application. And this criterion application beta adjective terms shares with their superordinate sortals. So beta shares the same criterion application as its, let's say, alpha. So this specific difference, as I would like to speak about them, are always genus relative. It means that they are meaningfully applied only to the members of the given superordinate sortals. Means genus. This suggestion brings us to some interesting results into the theory of negation of sortal, because traditionally in sortal logic, negation of a sortal is not a sortal. When I say man is a typical example of a sortal, because we count 1 man, 2 men, and so on. But if I say not man, it includes not only different kinds of animals and let's say numbers or stones, but also water is a non-man, and water is a typical example of a mass term. So non-man is a term which includes even mass, example of mass terms. So from this reason, negation of a sortal traditionally is taken in sortal logic that it is not a sortal. So, but we can distinguish here this interpretation of a negation of sortal, as I mentioned now, is let's say external negation of a sortal, Boolean negation of a sortal, so negation of the whole phi in my suggestion. Then if we take it in this way, then yes, of course, the result is not a sortal. If we negate the whole phi, the whole compound of superordinate sortal and adjectival term, the result is not a sortal. But there's other possibility to take it as a negation, internal negation of sortal. And this internal negation of sortal is a sortal which consists in the set of properties which includes the same alpha as the given sortal, but contains the negation only of the adjectival term. The idea is simply not to negate the whole phi, but only the beta. For example, when we say that non-smoker is not a smoker, but it is still a man. So if we take it that smoker is a sortal and its subordinate superordinate sortal is a man, so non-smoker, as it is taken intuitively in the natural language, when we speak about non-smokers, we take them always as man. When we say non-smoker, I don't mean that some stone or some water is a non-smoker. So we can distinguish these two kinds of negation of a sortal, let's say external and internal, if the difference is whether we negate the whole compound or if we negate just the adjectival term. And it gives us some interesting things, that if we take a given superordinate sortal alpha, then to affirm or deny an appropriate beta preserve law of excluded middle. If we take, for example, previous example with smokers and with men and smokers, let's say we can divide all the let's say set of men into smokers and non-smokers, and there is nothing in between. So in the sphere of a given superordinate sortal of, let's say, genus proximum, traditionally speaking, negating of betas behaves like external negation. It means it is preserved law of the law of excluded middle. And the other possibility will be if we to take only one superordinate sortal, like for example object or entity, which is by the way the case of classical first order predicate logic, which can be seen as a sortal logic with only one sortal object. So if we take that we have only one superordinate sortal, like object or entity, and there is no sortal whatsoever, then again to affirm or to deny any beta preserves law of excluded middle. So the very distinction between external and internal negation, as it is known, takes its place only when we talk about different sort of objects, not when we talk about only one sort of object, or if we stay within the given sort of object. And this case is often the case of the natural language. We can switch between different sorts of objects, but for example, it is not, of course, the case of first order logic, which I see as one of the reasons why in first order logic we have external negation, and if we would like to have internal negation in first order logic, we need to relatively in a complicated way to introduce it in it, but it's of course possible. So the general idea is that we can see that we can take Aristotelian species as a kind of a sortal, and a special kind of a sortal which is a compound of superordinate sortal and some adjectival term which can be called a specific difference. Difference is in general plays very, for me, interesting role in the whole theory of predicables. Specific differences are always genus relative. It means that are meaningfully applied only to the members of the given superordinate sortal. It means genus. That's their role. That they divide a given genus, given sortal. It doesn't make sense if specific difference will be not limited, will not be genus relative, because if I, for example, take concept of man and would like to divide it into smokers and non-smokers, it will be weird if I can divide man into smokers and non-smokers, and I will include stones or telephones between non-smokers. That will, in this case, the specific difference non-smoker will not divide the genus man. Okay, so given the fact that differences are genus relative, we can say that when we predicate difference about some subject, we claim first of all that it falls under some superordinate sortal, and thus determine the criteria of identity. So we say, so we have determined which objects do we talk about, and we determine that object is identified by the superordinate sortal. It is identified in more detail using some non-sortal predication, this adjectival term. A is the case of course of a sortal predication, and B is a case of a standard predication. Now, maybe it should be nice to stress here that if we talk about difference and property and accident, again, these all are traditionally non-essential predicables, and the difference, the distinction between them is not that is not something that the given predicable has, so to speak, in itself. Again, like in the case of the essential predicables, genus and species were correlative notions, and it cannot be said that some term is by itself genus or by itself species. So something similar can be said about non-essential predicables. It's not that by itself something is a difference, property, or accident. It's given by its role. For example, some term is a difference when it appears in this compound, and this compound superordinate with a superordinate sortal and another non-essential adjectival term. When the non-essential predicate appears in this compound, then we can say it's a difference. So that's the reason why it's not so necessary or maybe impossible to distinguish between non-essential predicables by themselves. So property is a predicate which does not indicate the essence of the thing, but yet it belongs to the thing alone and is predicated convertibly of it. So the special feature of properties is the coextensionality with the species. So it can be seen something interesting on the intentional level. The properties can be seen as following from the concept of the respective species, because due on the fact of the coextensionality, which I think this feature of properties can be seen as in accordance with Porphyrian conception of predicables, when you say that this is the most famous example, rationality and the ability of love, when we take the concept of man and the concept of ability to love, it's convertible because every man has ability to love. So we can say in a way that this concept ability to love follow from the concept of respective species. So in this case of the on the concept of man. The accident then differs from the property precisely in that it is predicated only about the part of the extension. In the temporal version, it's only about certain time phases of the same individual, or in the modal version, it is not necessary for an object to exemplify it. It's the case of accident is in a way the easiest one to reconstruct in the modern logic, because I think it behaves in the same way like the general concept of predicate in the first order logic. We can predicate about the subject, and we cannot say that it belongs to necessary to object or to all of the part of the species. But this part of our project is really in the beginning, how to incorporate these non-essential predicables, like property and accident, into the sort logic. So, but the basic thing is to take Aristotelian species as a kind of sortal, as a compound of sortal and some adjectival term. So now you have some literature, and that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karel. So we have some time for questions. Okay, Jose Martin. Hi, Jose Martin. Do you have a question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi there, Professor. Wonderful. If I remember correctly, Smiley's proposal doesn't allow subalternation, given an assumption of non-emptiness. But I wonder if subalternation is valid under your proposal. And in case it does, could you provide some examples?
Yes. In the theory of predicables, I really so far didn't, to be honest, didn't need to deal with that problem. My problem is how to reconstruct it, and how to say what are the relations between the predicables and between given predicables. So I really didn't mention it. We have the sortals have their criteria of identity, but yes, this is a complete other thing. If something satisfies this criteria, I leave so far this question open for my system.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting, I may say.
Thank you, Jose Martin. Any other question? Because I have one question in between. So for me, the question of negation of sortal looks very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if you have also other properties, for example, not only this consistency with excluded middle, but for example, these two kinds of negations behave in a way like contraposition, for example, or other logical laws, or something, other properties.
That's exactly what I'm working on now. I just want to say that I try with my Slovak colleague Igor Sedlar to work on this, on the internal negation completely within the first order logic, and we find out that something in these lines does not allow contraposition, which was which was an interesting result for us because for some logicians, contraposition was one of the essential mark of the negation. So in our article recently published, and I'm not sure if it is in the, it's not in the literature, but I can give some reference who will be interested. For us, we think that we discover some kind of negation which does not satisfy the contraposition and can be still seen as a negation. But I will take it for this article. But I think something along these lines will go with this, that this negation does not allow the contraposition, which is in a way even for me a weird result.
Okay, and you refer to this paper with Igor. Okay,
I think you already cited this, quoted this article in some of your work. Yeah. So it's in this article.
Okay.
Or
thank you.
Properly mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other question? So we are on time, and I want to thank you again, Karen. It was a very interesting talk. And
thank you for the possibility to be with you.
Yes. Okay. So Professor Manuel, we stop here and return.
I think it's better to stop now and reprogram the sessions of this afternoon. We have Professor Luca Gili. Professor Luca Gili could talk at 13 hour, right? Because Marco Malink has come. He doesn't come. Then we could, I can speak after Professor Gili, and we could put Professor Sarah Uckelman after my talk. It's all right that way?
Yes. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Yes, yeah. For me, it's okay. So you're saying at 15 Santiago time, right? Like at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
3 p.m.
Okay. Thanks.
So we stop now, and we will return at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome to the afternoon talks of this workshop, Syllogism and Argumentation. We have now with us Professor Luca Gili from l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Thank you, Professor, for your understanding in rescheduling the talk. Thank you very much for your presence here. Go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this workshop. So when I sent the proposal to the workshop, I basically was working on two ideas. I think I will be presenting one of these ideas. It's very much a work in progress, especially compared to the previous papers of the workshop. So I apologize in advance for the imperfection of my paper. Okay, so my talk is more of an exegetical talk. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I have a handout. Everyone can hear me well, right? So if there is any problem with hearing, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so my main concern today is going to be the understanding of what Aristotle means when he talks about the endoxon or the endoxa in Aristotle's topics. And to present very briefly the options that are on the table, some scholars, which include Jacques Brunswick and Tobias Reiner, take the endoxon as what is accepted by many. So something that has some sort of an extrinsic value, a sentence to which the acceptance by the multitude attach the character of being an endoxon, whereas other scholars understand the passage, the several passages in which the expression appears as referring to a more of an intrinsic feature of a sentence that could turn it into an endoxon. So to put it differently, so there's a very beautiful quote from Brunswick, 1967 edition of the Topics that I'm going to read in a moment, that clearly contrasts his own understanding of the endoxon as that of a fiat currency with the understanding of an endoxon as having an intrinsic value, which he compares to that of a currency that has an intrinsic value, say gold or like the any other commodity. And anyway, so I will read the quote in a minute. Now, what is my proposal? My proposal would be to look at things in a different way, to look at the sentence that Aristotle takes to be an endoxon in the context of a debate, of an argument, in the argument where it is employed, where it appears. And this argument, we know, is a dialogical argument, is a dialectical argument. And to put it simply, if the endoxon is accepted by many, and so has an extrinsic value, an extrinsic characteristic, well then, this is some sort of base requirement for a sentence to be counted as an endoxon. However, if the endoxon resists some sort of dialectical examination in the context of an ideal game, an ideal dialectical game, well then the endoxon could show itself to also have some sort of additional features that make it a claim that can resist counter objections. And in that sense, it approaches this notion of the probable that has often been used to translate, in a sense, into other languages, the notion of endoxon. And in advancing this proposal, well, I would stress two things. The first is that this proposal enables us to understand this sort of apparent discrepancy in Aristotle's treatment of the notion. So there is some sort of unifying understanding of the endoxon. Probably is not a unified method of inquiry, as my bit of pretentious title says. It's more of a unified understanding of what the endoxon is. But in order to do so, we have to distinguish probably two types of dialogue, more of a everyday dialogue that Aristotle would probably include among the dialectical exchanges, at least if we lean a bit on a quote from Diogenes Laertius that I'm going to read also in a minute, and a more technical understanding of what would count as this ideal dialectical exchange that is a game that is played according to certain rules that Aristotle lists chiefly in the 8th book of the Topics. And of course, it's quite a task to single out what are exactly these rules. I will show a proposal that is not mine, but with which I'm very much sympathetic. And so, according to the second ideal understanding of the game, we would have the endoxon that yields to some sort of more intrinsic properties that makes a sentence an endoxon. Now, if this interpretation that I'm going to advance as an emerit, we could probably make sense of what Aristotle says, again, in topics 8, where he talks of something being more endoxon than something else. And I will read the quote at the end of my little conversation with you. Now, so this is basically the argument that I'm going to propose, and now I go through the text to analyze it. Also, because you know, it's always a matter of interpretation of these texts, and sometimes also of translation of them. So there's going to be a bit to unpack. Excuse me. Now, the first text is the text where Aristotle introduces the notion of endoxon. So endoxon is what has been translated often, at least in the Revised Oxford translation of Aristotle, the one edited by Jonathan Barnes, with reputable opinions. So Barnes also has interesting things to say. I mean, in previous articles that he published before the Revised Oxford translation, on how to really grasp this notion of endoxon, and he basically sides with Brunswick. Now, when it comes to Brunswick, I have a couple of historical remarks to make, because his translation comes out. So the first book of the translation by Brunswick was published in 1967, which is an important date for a series of events that I'm going to mention in a minute. But let me first read the first quote from Aristotle in Barnes' translation, which I take to be the more neutral one in a sense, and then we continue. Now, a deduction is an argument in which certain things being laid down, something other than these, and necessarily comes about through them. Now, this now is probably one of the main topics of today's workshop. It is a demonstration when the premises from which the deduction starts are true and primitive, or are such that our knowledge of them has originally come through premises which are primitive and true. And it is a dialectical deduction if it reasons from reputable opinions. These things are true and primitive, which are convincing on the strength not of anything else, but of themselves. Now, here I would like to make a couple of remarks. Now, first, we have what I take to be the definition of the syllogismos. So a deduction is an argument in which blah, blah, blah. And since Aristotle is defining what is a syllogism, we are, pardon me, I mean, I'm using syllogism, you know, like as a, you know, I'm referring to syllogismos now without charging it with any additional meaning, right? And then we are probably led to understand the following remarks, the subsequent, the remarks on what counts as a demonstration, what counts as a dialectical argument, dialectical deduction, as definitions as well. And I would say that probably Aristotle is also defining a demonstration and a dialectical deduction in these lines. Now, things become more complicated when we read the following lines. Now, I read again from Aristotle. Things are true and primitive, which are convincing on the strength not of anything else, but of themselves. For in regard to the first principles of science, it is improper to ask any further for the why and wherefore of them. Each of the first principles should command belief in and by itself. On the other hand, those opinions are reputable which are accepted by everyone, or by the majority, or by the wise, i.e., by all, or by the majority, or by the most notable and reputable of them. Now, if Aristotle is also defining what is true and primitive, then probably is also defining what are the endoxa. And now and if he is defining the endoxa, well then Brunswick interpretation is, in my opinion, the only acceptable interpretation. And I'm gonna read Brunswick. So this is not taken from his commentary, but from his introduction to his 1967 edition. Now, pardon me if I jump into another topic, if you want, some sort of a sociological, historical one. But it sort of dawned to me that Brunswick was writing, well, clearly before 67, since the book was published in 67. And in 1965, Charles de Gaulle, who was at the time the president of France, made an important statement about the necessity of basically of going back to the gold standard and of replacing, well, the dominance of the dollar, but which is at the end of the day the dominance of a fiat currency. Now, geopolitical issues aside, this was certainly give a particular flavor to these lines that I'm going to read, a sort of flavor, if you allow me, that we can probably appreciate better nowadays in a time of probably hyperinflation. I mean, so end of the non-philosophical consideration. And again, thanks for your patience about that. So a syllogism is, to the contrary, a dialectical one, says Aristotle, when its premises are endoxa, that is, when they are approved by all human beings, or by almost everyone, or by those who represent the enlightened opinion. And among these latter, either by everyone, or by almost everyone, or by the most well known. In other way, a premise is endoxa when it has some sort of supporters of a certain importance, either by their number or by their quality. In order to understand whether a proposition has or not this property, it does. So it's not important to make a comparison with the object about which the sentence is talking, in order to see whether it expresses or not the nature and the properties that the sentence is talking about. It is necessary and sufficient to see whether and to what extent and in which context it is accepted. So the dialectical premise is in a certain way related to the demonstrative premise, like the paper money, which is the object of exchange in a fiat context, is related to the metals that are precious in themselves. Now this is probably giving. Now, if you were to read this passage probably in the 80s, in the post-Volcker world, where at least if you allow autobiography, I've been living for most of my life, you would say, well, it's just a matter of degree. But then if you were to live probably in those years in France, and if you were to live probably today, then you would appreciate the great discontinuity that exists between like fiat currency and real money. Now, okay, so this is just a series of notation about the metaphor, but Brunswick is saying something quite important. I think that his ideas come mostly from a famous paper by Eric Weil, a paper published in 1951, and that was later translated into English, I think by Barnes, or yes, in the collected articles that Barnes and Scofield and others published with the editions with the publishing house Duckworth. But anyway, so this is an important article by Eric Weil, who was a philosopher who got interested in a whole range of topics, and he stressed this extrinsic character of the index. I'm not going to read the quote in its entirety. Now, I think that also Alexander of Phrodisius has some sort of way of contrasting the extrinsic nature of the endoxa with the intrinsic nature of true statements. There is at least a passage that seems to strongly suggest this idea, and is this passage that I have in text 4. But I should add to that I haven't seen in Alexander any meaningful explanation of this passage that I have here in text 5, which is the passage that has been puzzling interpreters the most. I'm going to read first Brunswick's translation in French, and then Forster's translation into English, because they translate in two different ways. This little expression over here, which, excuse me, os epitopolus tois kai mikra sunoranduna menois. Okay, now apologies for the handout that I'm not, couldn't put the Greek and the French in the same page. Anyway, so soon after, immediately after the passage that we have been reading before, where the notion of the endoxa is introduced, Aristotle has these lines that are supposed to expand a bit on the notion of the endoxa. Now, I read Brunswick French because I mean, probably wouldn't make sense to translate from French into English when it comes to a translation of Aristotle. So, il ne faut pas croire, en effet, que tout ce qui se présente comme une idée admise en soit véritablement une. Idée admise is Brunswick rendering of the endoxon, so which is pretty cool, to be honest. Car les expressions d'idées admises ne manifestent jamais à toute première vue leur véritable caractère, comme il arrive qu'elles effacent le principe de raisonnement heuristique. Au sein de ce raisonnement, en effet, la nature exacte du subterfuge est immédiatement et presque toujours évident pour ceux qui sont capables d'apercevoir aussi les finesses. Now, here, Brunswick is talking about those who are able to see even the details as those who can spot the nature of the falsity or falsehood. In Greek is pseudous physis. Now here the Greek has tois kai mikras. Excuse me, I opened the wrong window. Tois kai mikras sunorandunamenes. Those who are capable to see even small details. He has aussi les finesses, so it's a pretty cool translation. Now, this passage has been understood in a radically different way by other translators. Now, one significant translation is Forster's one for the Loeb Classical Library. The relevant bit is this. For usually the nature of the untruth, now here is more faithful to the Greek, because pseudus, no, it's untruth to be honest, but subterfuge probably is a better translation of the meaning of what Aristotle intends to say. For usually the nature of the truth in these is immediately obvious to those who have even a small power of comprehension. Okay, now there is an important article by Paolo Veit, an article that he published in 1996 or 98. Well, part of my paper is about that article, but I remember the year of publication. Anyway, so in 1998, if I'm not mistaken, and he argues at length in favor of Forster's translation. Now, what is the difference between these two translations? Well, it's all about understanding this tois kai mikras sunoranduna menus, right? But and of course I have quite some remarks on this passage that I probably not I will not make right now. But Veit starts from the translation where he follows the line of Forster in order to argue that this capacity, this power of comprehension is very relevant when we are talking about endoxa, because here Aristotle is talking about the nature of the untruth that is discovered whenever we examine false endoxa. So we are talking about something that is not in reality an endoxon. Okay, so Uthen Garton, Legomenon, endoxon, epipolaion eke pantelosten fantasien. And so we are talking about false endoxa. And in fight understanding, even those who have little comprehension, a small power of comprehension, as forces translate, kai mikras honorando nomenes. So the chi has a concessive value, even, are able to spot the false endoxon, which means that you need a great power of comprehension in order to assess the probability of the endoxon, which again strongly suggests that the endoxon has sort of an intrinsic feature that is other than it's being accepted either by many or by the most reputable people. Because after all, I mean, even people with little understanding would be able to, I assume, and I would say probably if I also assumes, would be able to recognize what is the opinion that the majority has, or what is the opinion that the most reputable among us are entertaining. Now, here, however, we are talking about so even people with small understanding would be able to spot an endoxon that is defined as Brunswick and Reinhardt propose. Now here instead, we are talking about an endoxon that reveals its nature only to those who are able to, those who have some sort of power of comprehension. Okay, now out of this line, Fide in this paper sort of takes endoxa to have an intrinsic feature. So they are, according to Brunswick, beautiful expression, real money. They are metals. They are not fiat currency. Okay, now the now I would like to move a bit to sort of my own proposal, since I think I'm approaching the end of the time that is allotted to me. Now, Aristotle, yes, also uses the endoxon as an adjective when he talks about the erotesis endoxos, excuse me. So in asking something that is reputable to all men or to most men or to the wise. So this is another expression that he has later on. So this text 7 is a quote from Diogenes Laertius that I will I will be referring to this quote later on towards the end of this conversation with you. Now, I would like only to point to you this text 8 that I have. This is a quote from Leblanc, 1939. So Jean-Marie Leblanc published a book on Aristotle's dialectic in 1939, which is, if you want, more or less at the beginning of this bifurcation of scholarship in two camps, the camp of those who take the endoxon to have an intrinsic aspect, and those who take the endoxon to be defined, where Aristotle says the endox are those who are accepted by all, and so the endoxon as some sort of an extrinsic feature only. Now, in this text, Leblanc sort of refers to the habit of translating the intrinsic endoxon as the probable and the extrinsic endoxon as the plausible. And he says, after all, you find both senses in Aristotle, which is a point that I honestly share. But then he ended up raising a question that, yes, it's a rhetorical question, but that would lead us to the wrong path, in my opinion. So he says, well, after all, this distinction between the intrinsic probability and the extrinsic probability, isn't it a bit artificial? Isn't it a bit out of place to superimpose this distinction over the text of Aristotle? And I don't think this is, a sound method. After all, we have to make sense of Aristotle's use of these two expressions. Now, so in the last couple of minutes, I go back to my proposal, which I can only sketch. Now, first of all, there is this strange quote from Diogenes Laertius. So this is from the life of Zeno, and the auton that is referred to here is, in fact, Zeno. So I translate it into English. Sorry for not putting it in English. So Aristotle says that he, meaning Zeno, was the Euretest, so the one who discovered dialectic, like Empedocles was the discoverer of rhetoric. Now, here we are talking about Zeno who discovered dialectic, which is a famous quote by Aristotle. And this quote also, well, it's not from Aristotle, it's from Diogenes, but Diogenes had access to probably more of the writings by Aristotle than we have. And this, in my opinion, is also supported by at least one passage in the Sophistical Refutations, chapter 20, where there is a sketch of an argument to what Aristotle takes to be a sophistical argument to demonstrate that everything is one, which would be probably a Zenonian argument. In fact, it is put on the questioner is Zeno, says Aristotle, at least according to most manuscripts, not according to David Ross' edition of the text. And in that passage, we have a sketch of a dialogue. Aristotle says it's a sophistical argument because it's a fallacy prostandianoian. So it's the fallacy rests on the fact that the questioner and the answerer associate different concepts to the words that are used in the exchange. So it's a fallacy. It's not a good argument. However, it's still a dialogical exchange, clearly, in Aristotle's reconstruction. So we are faced with dialogical arguments that Aristotle would not take as good dialectical arguments. And yet these arguments are put on the mouth of Zeno, and Zeno is said to be the discoverer of dialectic. At least if we take Diogenes at face value. Now let us take Diogenes at face value. This means, in my opinion, that Aristotle would allow for two uses of dialectic, of the word dialectic. One, to refer to general exchanges between two, a questioner and an answer in front of an audience, but without many rules. So in this sense, also Zeno, with his fallacies, at least from Aristotle's perspective, would be the father of dialectic. However, real dialectic is dialectic that respects a series of rules that Aristotle introduces mostly in Topics 8. Now here, in my text 9, you have a proposal that was advanced by Mathieu Marion in a series of publications in the past few years. So this is taken from a French article that he published in 2021. And but I mean, he made basically this proposal also in previous publications in English, and to me it's a quite sensitive way of summarizing, in a sense, the rules that Aristotle is advancing in Topics 8. There are many more in the text by Aristotle, and probably the interpreter should make sense of them, should decide what to do with them. But you know, like if you simply have a basic set of rules, you can probably distinguish two types of dialogues: an ideal one, an ideal game, and a concrete game that takes place in everyday conversation. Now, this ideal game, when it is played and repeatedly, can lead us towards the path of probability, because after all, it's the iteration of the ideal game that allows us to single out a sentence as endoxon, in the sense that it has resisted several objections. In this sense, we could probably also make sense of that passage where Aristotle says, the famous passage from the Topics, where Aristotle says that one of the purposes of dialectic is also the establishment of the principles. And you know, people always wonder, what does Aristotle mean by that? Is it possible that dialectic ground science? Well, if you you know, like take what Aristotle says elsewhere, you know, like the grasp of the principle at the end of posterior analytics and so forth, it seems that dialectic simply can't ground science. And this is probably true, and especially it cannot ground science if dialectic is simply to be understood as an examination of endoxa that are taken to be defined according to the definition that we find at the very beginning of the Topics. So those opinions are reputable, which are accepted by everyone or by the majority or by the wise. So with this extrinsic understanding of endoxa as paper money, the question is, how can you exchange them with the real gold of science? Now, is Aristotle an alchemist who has discovered the way of turning, you know, like paper into gold? Clearly not. So clearly not. Okay, this is of course a rhetorical device, but if he isn't, well, then he should have a way to put you on a path towards the discovery of the principle of science. And this way to be on this path would be really to play the game repeatedly in order to test the strength of a sentence, of an endoxa. Now I go to the last text. Yes, my time is ticking. This is again taken. This is taken actually from book 8 of the Topics, again in Barnes' translation, and it's a series of reflections on the roles that are played by the answer and the question in relation to the endoxon. But what is more important for me is that Aristotle has a comparative in this context, and he has endoxoteron. So something is more endoxon than something else. Now, how can something be more plausible than something else? Aristotle, after all, says it at the beginning. Something is either reputable or implausible or neither. So if we have this extrinsic understanding of the endoxon, the attribution of the extrinsic character is digital. It's either accepted by most or by the wise, or it's not. It cannot come into degrees. So if it is accepted by 89% of the population or by 92%, does it really matter? I mean, its extrinsic character is the same. However, something can be more or less probable depending on the capacity of a sentence to resist a series of objections. The more a sentence is strong, the more it is reputable in this sense. So I would take the probability character to be coming into degrees, whereas the plausibility character to not come into degrees. So if we have these ways of explaining where Aristotle has both senses in his writings, then we can make sense also of these sort of surprising use of a comparative in this context. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gili. And now we could have some time for questions. And does anyone have any question? Professor Correa.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, for your interesting text we have considered here. I think one of the problem, if I understood your discussion, is that the scientific propositions could call or should be called dialectical too, right? I mean, in that case, everything would be dialectical. I mean, the difference would be minimum or just some degrees of convincing. However, Boethius I can't remember in which of his dialectical treatises, because he has one on the Ciceronis Topica, the other one is on the differences. In one of these treatises says that there is a difference between a scientific proposition and dialectical proposition because the scientific propositions could be non-evident for the people, for people. I mean, if I understand well Boethius, he says that the scientific propositions cannot be evident. So in that case, we could have a stronger difference. What is your opinion about this?
Thanks a lot. I mean, this is really a great quote, and I will email you about that. In fact, this is a problem I thought about, and like usually when when you receive objections during paper, I mean, there's probably not a very elegant answer. This is a problem I thought about, but I thought about this problem, and I'm ready to accept the difficult consequence that also scientific proposition would display this character of being dialectical premises with an additional specification of being also true other than being accepted by many, and especially being capable of resisting counter objection in an ideal game. Now, to this objection by Boethius, I would answer in two ways. First is that nothing assures us that this idea game can be played in a concrete situation, because in fact, it's difficult to find a context in which it is played. Aristotle, when he tackles his predecessors, he spent a lot of time in disentangling what he takes to be sophistical moves by his predecessors. So this discussion of aporia by the predecessor that is taken to be a sort of a dialectical analysis by many scholars. Yes, it is dialectic in the sense that it engages in a dialogue with these guys, but what Aristotle is actually doing most of the time is spotting fallacies here and there in order to start his own discourse that is actually led in the same way by a battery of objection and counter objections. But when it comes to the idea game, nothing ensures us that it can actually be played. But however, Aristotle also has, I think, this optimism that so we naturally tend to truth, and which is not the beginning of the metaphysics. But there is another passage in the De Cielo that has a rare diachronical remark in Aristotle's works. Aristotle says humans tend naturally to the knowledge of truth, and they achieve it over time. But there are all sorts of natural disasters, social revolutions, and so forth. So there is always a regression of humanity. But some of the discoveries of truth that happened in the past are sort of remain and are passed over to future generations. So he has this passage in the Cello. This should be contrasted with other passages like in Metaphysics Theta. Aristotle says explicitly, and also fascinating, that most of the time we don't get the ultimate differentiate of things, which is another point that would probably go in the direction of Boëthius. But he also has this optimistic attitude that over time we achieve truth. So the iteration of concrete games could probably approach this idea game that lead us to the discovery of the probable, that sets us on a path to the real goal, which is the truth, right? There is always, however, a conceptual distinction between the probable and the truth is always beyond the probable, and so dialectic ultimately does not found ground science. But yes, a scientific proposition also has to display, in my interpretation, as you as you saw perfectly well, has also to display these dialectical features that I was discussing. Yeah, and yes, I should be ready to resist the objections like yours and Boëthius.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question for Professor Gili? If not, I have a question, but it's maybe a little bit outside the scope of your presentation. But I was thinking about, because a textbook explanation of endoxa, when, for example, we make a distinction between dialectic and rhetoric, a main feature of differentiating both types of endoxon is to say something like, yeah, in rhetoric, it's the important part is it is something accepted by the people, whereas in the dialectical discussion, the endoxa has this possibility of being based or on something accepted by experts or something like that. So do you think that this approach also could affect the way we conceive Aristotle's rhetoric arguments, or is it maybe not the case?
I should think about it. I mean, the real answer is I should think about it. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, because after all, rhetoric is the counterpart of the dialectic noise, he says at the beginning of the rhetoric. So I didn't think about it, but so I probably don't think I'm able to come up with a decent answer, but it's a great observation. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Okay. If we don't have any more questions, we could proceed with Professor Buckelman's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, so it's an honor to me introduce Professor Sarah Uckerman. She is an associate professor of logic and philosophy of language at Durham University. So let us give her the floor to hear her investigation about Christine Ladd Franklin and the syllogistic problem she solved. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Can everybody hear me and see my slides?
Yes.
Good, thank you. So thank you very much for this invitation, though I feel a little bit bad because I suspect that when I was first invited, it was with the thought that I would then say something about something medieval relating to syllogistics. And instead, I'm going to talk about the 19th century. So I hope that what I have to say is still interesting. And one thing that has struck me listening to all of the various talks today, historical, modern, connecting various things together, is how different people's conception of what logic is and what syllogisms are intended to do. And yet the fact remains that we are still talking about one and the same thing throughout this incredibly expansive history. It's still the syllogism with the same basic form, which is really kind of remarkable. So I hope that even though I'm not going to be talking about Aristotle or the Middle Ages, that what I have to say is still of interest and relevance. And I just have to say apologies to Stephen because he's heard versions of this talk before. Hopefully it's new to everybody else. So Christine Ladd Franklin was a student of Charles Peirce's at Johns Hopkins University in the late 19th century. She was accepted to the graduate school because she applied under the name C. Ladd, and everybody assumed that she was a man. And thankfully, both Peirce and one of the other mathematicians at Hopkins at the time were very and advocated on her behalf to allow her to actually attend classes and learn from them. She didn't actually receive a PhD from the university until about 40 years after she completed her doctoral work. However, she's still the first woman to have completed all of the coursework and all of the dissertation work for a doctoral degree in mathematics in an American university. So she's particularly interesting in that perspective. She's also interesting because of what a number of historians of logic and kind of historians of philosophical logic, I guess we could say, have had to say about her contribution in her PhD thesis. So this is from a 99 paper by Susan Rusinoff. Says in 1883, while a student of C.S. Peirce at Johns Hopkins University, Christine Ladd Franklin published a paper titled On the Algebra of Logic. And Rusinoff says that what she did in this paper constitutes the most significant advance in syllogistic logic in 2,000 years. And Rusinoff says that in her paper, she brings to light the important work of Ladd Franklin so that she is justly credited with having solved a problem over 2 millennia old, which is quite remarkable, even if you aren't already remarkable for being the first American women to pursue a PhD in logic. Other people who have worked on Ladd Franklin is Pietainen. This is from his 2013 paper. Interestingly, the first quotes, one is from the preprint version, one is from the published version. In the preprint, her discovery was described as groundbreaking. This phrase didn't make it into the final published version for reasons I'm not aware of. But he also goes on to reference Rusinoff's work that Ladd Franklin, in fact, managed to solve, or at least to see a solution to, the problem that was over 2 millennia old, even though she did not give, nor could she have given the proof in such a rigorous form as available as is possible nowadays. So this is quite a remarkable claim that there's this 2,000-year-old problem in syllogistics that Christine Ladd solved in her PhD dissertation. One of the issues is that everybody seems, talking about her contribution, seems to assume that we know what the problem is. And various ways that it has been expressed is this problem of reducing all valid syllogisms to a single form. And I will have something to say about what this is as a problem and how it could possibly be answered and whether it is in fact a problem, kind of parallel with looking at another related question, which is what does Ladd think that she was in fact doing in her dissertation? Does she think that she was solving some Aristotelian problem? If so, what problem? And so on and so forth. So right now, kind of the problem is, what is the problem? One way of tackling this question is to actually look at her solution. So her solution is something called the argument of inconsistency. And I give the formal version on the slides here. And what she proves in this theorem is that this is the single form to which all of the 96 valid syllogisms, both universal and particular, may be reduced. And her proof is that any given syllogism is immediately reduced to this form by taking the contradictory of the conclusion and by seeing that the universal propositions are expressed with a negative copula and particular propositions with an affirmative copula. Now, the solution brings just as many questions as it is intended to solve, because if you look at this formula underneath, the centered bit underneath the argument of inconsistency, it's not even clear to a modern logician or even to a historical logician, how are we supposed to read this? I'm not even going to try to read the formula out loud because it doesn't even seem well formed. So the next stage in trying to understand the solution is basically to work through her entire dissertation and figure out exactly what she is doing. What is her notation? How are we to understand this? And then hopefully this will give us an answer to the question of what is the solution and what solution the solution was trying to solve. What problem was the solution trying to solve? So as I said, it's been characterized by modern commentators that she solved the problem of reducing all valid syllogisms to a single form. So the first question to ask is, what is the form of a syllogism? Now, I'm taking advantage of the fact that we are a bunch of people who know things about syllogisms to skip a whole bunch of slides that I would normally do at this point. I have like two versions of this talk. One takes just over an hour and the other takes about 15 minutes. So in order to do a 40-minute talk, I've tried to find something in between, but discussions of the structure of syllogisms is something that I can skip because you guys all know that syllogisms have figures and syllogisms have moods. So the first question is, when we're talking about the form of a syllogism, is it figure? And that is a very clear answer, no, because if the problem was to reduce every valid syllogism to one figure, well, this isn't a problem because Aristotle already knew how to do this by reducing all of the syllogisms to Barbara, Celerent, Dari, and Ferio, which are all first figure. So that can't be the problem that she solved because that is not a problem. Is it mood? Again, the answer is no, because you can't reduce all of the valid syllogisms to a single mood. So that can't be the solution that she is trying to do. You have to still be able to talk about negative and affirmative, partial and universal in order to be able to represent all of the different valid syllogisms. Now, a little bit of a digression. I'm just going to note it so that I can bracket it and not say anything more about it. You might be thinking, well, what about Aristotelian / medieval logical hylomorphism, where we can talk about both the form and the matter of an argument? Well, if you look at ways that this notion of form in hylomorphic approaches has been cashed out, it's either figure or mood. It's not anything above and beyond these. So that's also a dead end. So then the question is it something else? And I want to just say briefly from a historical perspective that this is hardly likely, because one thing about a problem is that in order for it to be a problem, people kind of have to recognize that this is a problem, that this is something that needs to be solved. And in all of my work, looking through medieval approaches to syllogisms, I've never come across a commentator who was exercised by the idea of reducing all of the syllogisms to a single whatever it might be. So if it is something other than figure or mood, it's hard to see how this constitutes an open problem for 2 millennia if people were not talking about it and trying to solve it. So another, I think perhaps more fruitful way of looking at things is to ask, well, what did Lad Franklin think she was doing? So according to Ladd, if you look at what she actually says in her dissertation, she developed an algebra for logic, including this argument of inconsistency later on came to be known as the antilogism. So her algebra, including the antilogism, contains a solution, but to what problem? To what Mr. Jevons calls the inverse logical problem. And if you go to Jevons' work of 1880, he defines the inverse logical problem as given certain combinations inconsistent with conditions to determine what those conditions are. So a slightly better characterization of the inverse logical problem involving three terms is given in Jevons' 1874 book. And there he says three terms and their negatives may be combined in 8 different combinations. And the effect of laws or logical conditions is to destroy one or more of these combinations, basically to point out as being invalid or unacceptable. Now we may make selections from 8 things in 2 to the 8 or 256 ways, so that we have no less than 256 different cases to treat. And the complete solution is at least 50 times as troublesome as with 2 terms. The test of inconsistency is that each of the letters, capital A, B, C, lowercase a, B, C, shall appear somewhere in the series of combinations, but I have not been able to discover any mode of calculating the number of cases in which inconsistency would happen. An exhaustive examination of the combinations in detail is the only method applicable. So the inverse logical problem in general is this problem, but for any arbitrary number of terms, not just 3. And Jevons is like, the only way we can do it is by listing all 256 and checking them individually. Ladd Franklin comes along and says, no, actually, I have a solution to this problem that allows us to check a single form, whether it meets certain conditions or not. And if it does, the argument is valid. If it doesn't, the argument is not. So Jevons' solution consists in inventing laws and trying whether their results agrees with those before us. Jevons was not the only person involved in trying to solve this problem. Both Schroeder and Boole also tried to solve it. And in another paper, slightly later paper, Ladd reports that the task which Boole accomplished was the complete solution of the problem, given any number of statements involving any number of terms mixed up indiscriminately in the subjects and the predicates, to eliminate certain of those terms. That is, to see exactly what the statements amount to irrespective of them, and then to manipulate the remaining statements so that they shall read as a description of a certain other chosen term or terms standing by itself in a subject or predicate. So Boole had essentially a complete solution to a different problem, which provides a partial solution to the inverse logical problem. So Boole's rule gets the conclusion right, but Ladd is critical of the process that he outlines. She quotes Venn, who was also critical, who says that Boole's method was a terribly long process, more theoretical than practical. And this comes out of the fact that Boole's choice of notation hampered what he wanted to be able to do. It is not that which is most natural or most frequently used. And this is because Boole is working on a logic that is suited only to a logic of extension and doesn't work well under an intensive interpretation. So all of these things are coming together in the context of Ladd Franklin's doctoral work, trying to find essentially what is the best way of defining notation for an algebra of logic that allows you to do syllogistic reasoning. So she starts off by identifying 5 different algebras of logic that were kind of concurrent at the time she was working in the early 1880s. Boole, Jevons, Schroeder, McCall, and her supervisor Peirce. And her aim in her dissertation was to introduce a 6th that addresses problems or drawbacks of each of these 5 attempts. So I'm going to say a little bit about what she does in her algebra, and then say how it is this addresses the objections and kind of drawbacks that she saw, as well as then say something more about how syllogisms get represented in this system. The basic components of her algebras are subject predicate terms. The atomic ones are indicated by lowercase letters. And then there's also a kind of special term, the infinity symbol, used to represent the domain of discourse. So it's the term that applies to everything. You can form complex terms from the atomic ones by taking negation, so what is not A, combination, and alternation. So what is both A and B, what is either A or B, and just some notation noted, we can represent what is both A and B just by kind of the multiplicative combination AB. And we are allowed kind of infinite combinations of plus and times. And we also introduce a special symbol for the complement of the domain of discourse, which is just 0, the thing that applies to nothing. There's a number of things you can do with these terms, whether atomic or complex. The identity of the subject and predicate terms can be affirmed. The identity of the subject and predicate terms can be denied. And complex terms can be negated, because you'll note that what we have here is taking an atomic term and providing a negation of it. The negation of complex terms is kind of a procedure in itself. Ladd identifies 3 distinct ways that this has been handled. Boole and Jevons take one way, De Morgan another, and Schroeder a third. So how do we take these terms and turn them into categorical propositions? So Ladd says that we can either assign the expression of the quantity, whether it's universal or partial, to the copula or to the subject. There's advantages for both of these ways. So if quantity is assigned to the copula, then you have to have 2 copulae, one universal and one partial. And this is the approach that both McCall and Peirce took. If you assign it to the subject term, then you only need one copula, and it's going to be identity. And this is the route that Boole, Schroeder, and Jevons take. So I've given you just a bit of a summary of the different notation. The traditional approach is all A is B, no A is B. And you can see that Boole, Schroeder, and Jevons all use identity, and McCall and Peirce have different notation depending on whether we're dealing with a universal proposition or a partial one. Now, note in the Boole-Schroeder column, there's this little term the. This is not a categorical term like A and B are, but it's basically a special term that picks out a generic, arbitrary, indefinite class. In Jevons, the C works in a similar way, but whereas for Boole and Schroeder, V is this kind of designated, special, arbitrary, indefinite class. For Jevons, it's just any class whatsoever. But what you can see from this is that if you only have identity as your copula, you then have to introduce this notion of the generic or indefinite class. Whereas if you have 2 copulae for universal and partial, then you don't have to introduce these weird terms standing for indefinite classes. So of course the question is, which way is preferable? Well, the advantage of the second way is you only need one copula. The advantage of the first way is that copulae that include quantity can be used to link either terms or propositions, so that you can read this A, Y with a bar over it, B, as either A, the term, is not wholly contained under B, again a term, or as A does not imply B, where A and B are both propositions. And there's also this correspondence between the quantity of the copula and its quality. The universal copulae are always positive, and the partial copulae are always negative. So you can go back and you can look at this. So you've always got essentially what the difference between the copulae is the addition of negation. So Ladd wants to say that taking the 2 copula way is the way to go. So she wants to kind of follow the McCall-Peirce route. But instead of taking as basic the pairs A is wholly B and A is not wholly B, corresponding to the categorical proposition types A and O, she takes A is wholly not B and A is partly B, i.e. the E and the I claims, as the basic copulae. And this is what is distinctive about her contribution. This is kind of that sixth algebra of logic that is being introduced is based around taking this is wholly not and is partly copula as basic. The advantage of this is that these copulae are entirely symmetric. No A is B is exactly the same as no B is A. So the propositions A is wholly not B, A is partly B, can be read forward or backwards, whereas the inclusion statements, i.e. A and O claims, are asymmetric. So another advantage is inclusions can always be converted into exclusions by changing the copula and the sign of the predicate. So to say that A is, A is included in B is the same as saying A is not wholly excluded from not B. And every exclusion, on the other hand, is equivalent to a pair of inclusions, just depending on which one you take as predicate. So the advantages, just to remind you, are that categoricals and hypotheticals are treated identically. And as a result, if we let P denote the premise and see some conclusion following from P, then there are two ways of expressing the fact that C follows from P. Either that P is wholly not C, or that not C is wholly not P. So this is basically modus potens and modus tollens. We can also easily express existence and non-existence claims by using the infinity symbol, the domain symbol. So the first one here can be read as saying X does not under any circumstances exist. And the second one says that X at least sometimes exists. And furthermore, where ambiguity won't result, we can just drop reference to this infinity symbol, to this domain. So that means that we can write these existence and non-existence claims as XV bar and XV. And that allows us to translate from categorical propositions such as no A is B into statements about terms such as the combination AB does not exist. And now hopefully you can see kind of the very rich expressive power that you get and the ease of translating between statements about terms, statements about propositions, between making statements about inclusions versus statements about propositions and arguments. All of this can be done in a uniform fashion using her new notation. So Ladd says that one of the most common objects in reasoning, i.e. one of the goals of logic, is to eliminate a single term at a time, namely the one which occurs in both premises. So a syllogism is a simple example of this. The term that's eliminated is the middle term. But kind of speaking more generally, she says this goal of logic can be accomplished via inferences of the form: if A is B and C is D, then AC is BD, which is the kind of symbolic representation of that in her notation is given in Formula 1. If we take term D to just be the complement of B, so that taking B plus D, i.e. B plus the complement, you have the whole domain, then we can rewrite this as A exclude B, not B exclude C, C include C overlap A. These are all excluded from each other. That just is the argument of inconsistency or the antilogism. So now we are able to read this formula that I had at one of the early slides. So this just says that the combination of the exclusion of A and B, the exclusion of not B and C, and the overlap of C and A is itself excluded. So we've got this rule that this method that tells us how to reduce syllogisms into a to expressions in a particular form, and then the rule for determining the validity of a syllogism is a very easy to apply rule stated in ordinary English. You take the contradictory of the conclusion, see that the universal propositions are expressed with the negative copula and partial propositions with an affirmative copula. If two of the propositions are universal and the other particular, and if that term only, which is common to the two universal propositions, has unlike signs, so one is positive and one is negative, then and only then the syllogism is valid. And that's it. So instead of having to exhaustively check every single combination of syllogisms against a particular rule to see if it fails to meet the rule or not, we can render everything into this particular form, check that it meets these conditions, and if it does, you have a valid syllogism. So here's an example, the syllogism Barocco. All P are M, some S is not P, therefore all P is M, some S is not M, therefore some S is not P. This is equivalent to the inconsistency that I've written below. I won't read it out because it basically says the same thing. And the interesting point is that this reduction to this form is already something Aristotle knew how to do, because he knew how to reduce both Barocco and Baccardo to Barbara via reductio ad absurdum, i.e., you take the contradictory of the conclusion, replace one of the premises with it, and then take the contradictory of the replaced premise as the conclusion. This is exactly the same process that is going on with the antilogism. However, instead of taking Barbara as basic and then deriving Barocco and Baccardo as Aristotle did, what Ladd does is show that what is basic is the inconsistency of the three claims, premise one, premise two, negation of the conclusion. And so once you know that these three claims are inconsistent, then of course you can generate three syllogisms by taking any two of them as your premises and then the negation of the other one as your conclusion. This is the sense in which these three syllogisms are reduced to a single form. It's a statement of the inconsistency, the joint inconsistency of these three, and then you can use this to generate syllogisms out of it. So what's the benefit of doing it this way? She says, if for the usual three statements consisting of two premises and one conclusion, one substitutes the equivalent three statements that are together incompatible, one has a formula which has this great advantage. The order of the statements is immaterial. The relation is perfectly symmetrical. In addition to this, the result is a source of great simplicity. There's only one valid form of the antilogism instead of the 15 valid forms of the syllogism, which common logic requires us to bear in mind. Thirdly, both the simplicity and the symmetry can be improved upon if all three of the claims can be written either as no SRP or some S is P, because these can all be simply converted. And if we admit infinite terms, so that we have things like non-P, then this rewriting into symmetric propositions is always going to be possible, because all S are non-P is equivalent to no S is P, and some S is not P is equivalent to some S is non-P. So you can always render the non-E and I claims into an E or an I claim just by using infinite terms. So Ladd's antilogism gives rise to a rule which gives a systematic method for determining the conditions inconsistent with certain combinations. And because any syllogism can be reduced to a syllogism of the form given in the argument from inconsistency, you don't have to blindly invent laws and then check to see if you've got the right laws. So this is the systematic solution to Jevons' problem that Jevons wasn't able to do himself. So hopefully, I think I still have a little bit of time. So I want to give just a little bit of historiography of kind of what happened with this. In the earliest review of Ladd's dissertation, an anonymous review written the year it came out, no specific mention is made of this particular result. Instead, the anonymous reviewer focuses on her new notation, gives semantics and formation rules, and notes that she is able to write algebraically all the old forms of statements and to perform the customary operations with great brevity and facility. It wasn't until a good, 25 years later that the recognition of the antilogism as being kind of a fundamental contribution to the development of logic came from Brown in 1909. And this is when, he comments, when Mrs. Ladd Franklin has demonstrated that one simple form underlies all syllogism. And then very soon after that, in the next couple of decades, we start seeing this being picked up. In fact, there's actually, Ladd herself left logic after her dissertation. She shifted to psychology of perception, did still continue to write in philosophy and logic, and at one point in kind of the early 20th century has a fairly peevish article where she's like, all of you guys are using my antilogism and using my name for it, but you're not citing me as having first introduced it. So it very quickly went from being something that wasn't really discussed at all to being something where enough people were discussing it that she wanted to go back and say, look, guys, don't forget, it was me what done it. Anyway, we've got this quote from Shen in 1927 from the late Professor Josiah Royce of Harvard, who said that there is no reason why this, the antilogism, should not be accepted as the definitive solution of the problem of the reduction of syllogisms. He goes on to say, Royce, it is rather remarkable that the crowning activity in a field worked over since the days of Aristotle should be the achievement of an American woman. As an American woman myself, I appreciate Ladd Franklin's contribution and am probably just as frustrated as she would have been over this belittling account of it. So you can also find another reference to this. Royce was giving this laudation of Ladd and her work in the New York Evening Post. So this isn't like in an academic context. This is around about the time when Johns Hopkins was kind of recognizing that maybe they need to go back and redress the fact that they didn't give her a PhD in 1883. So yeah, there's just kind of a couple different variants on this quote. And one of the things that I think is interesting about all of this discussion is that it gives us the kernel of where the descriptions of what Ladd Franklin did from Ruzinoff and Pietarainen came from. It's a very easy slip to make, to go from the definitive solution of the problem of the reduction of syllogisms, ... a field worked over since the days of Aristotle, and assume that these two things are the same thing. And this has resulted in Ladd Franklin's achievement with her being credited with something that she didn't do and which wasn't actually a problem, and I think rather unfortunately obscures her actual contribution, which was to a particular problem, namely the inverse logical problem of Jevons, and so I will show a reference at the end of this, but I had a paper come out last year, which I hope will kind of set the story straight, set the record straight about what it is that she actually did. So just a couple of concluding remarks. In her 1883 dissertation, Franklin introduced to Boolean algebra a pair of symmetric copulae. This allowed her to define the antilogism, the inconsistent triad that can be used to represent every valid syllogism. And this inconsistent triad does generalize to quadrads, quintads, sextads, so that you can have arguments that have multiple premises, not just two. And so within 30 years, people kind of started seeing the fact that her formula was a solution to a problem. About 40 years after that, they were attributing the problem to Aristotle. At some point in the future, this problem was attributed to all of the intervening logicians in between, when in fact, if you go back and look at what she was doing and what she thought of herself was doing, she did solve a logical problem, but it was a problem due to Jevons, not due to Aristotle. So I've got a bibliography here. So my paper is the very last one here. It's in the Notre Dame Journal of Formal Logic. So if you'd like all of the details, you can see it there. And I will just end with saying, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sarah. Now we have some time for questions. So do you have any question? Okay, please, Professor Correa, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I have no questions. Just simply say that I like it very much the paper. I remember I read Christine Franklin many years ago, and I enjoy very much her writing. Just to say some thing which is not an objection. I remember that Apuleius, yeah, in the Perihermeneias, you see this Apuleius of Madaura, mentioned antilogism.
Oh, does he? Oh, if I could have a specific reference, I would love to follow up on that.
I can give it later.
Wonderful.
But in the Perihermeneias of Apuleius of Madaura, the antilogism appears, I think, for first time in the ancient text of logic. Right?
Fantastic. Oh, I had not come across that wonderful kind of addition to the history of logic. I would love to read up on that. Thank you.
No. But he doesn't arrange this kind of proof for general syllogistic, but simply mentioned. I remember that some authors and specialists in Apuleius say that Apuleius take this antilogism from the Stoic logic.
Interesting.
But I'm not certainly, but I remember they say that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would also be an interesting thing to follow up on, because just because they say it doesn't mean it's true. But it would be interesting to see if we could find out what their evidence for that claim was.
I have no evidence, but I remember that.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Professor Lawrence, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks, Sarah, for this interesting talk. I have two small comments or remarks that I wanted to make. The first one is, so have you, this is probably very much reaching at, how do you say it, grasping at straws, but this idea of antilogism, to me, it sounds also as being at the very foundation of the Tableau method, of course. So have you also looked at that? I think the first one to come up with tableaus was Bet in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Do we know of any line of influence, or again, I have no idea, but
Yeah, I'm just trying to think in terms of time scale. So when was pardon me, I'm going straight to Wikipedia to look up his birth and death dates. So 1908 to 1964, and his tableaus in 59. There's, yeah, this would be very interesting to look into. While we may not, know for sure if he read any of Vlad Franklin himself, I would not be surprised if he read people who had read her and mentioned and cited it, because particularly a bunch of the German logicians were picking up her discussion and talking about it and referring to it in their logic textbooks. So if he was working from one of those, then it's probably likely. Yeah, that's also interesting, and I don't know.
Yeah, also because this tableau method is nowadays in contemporary logic so incredibly widespread. Of course, also for many other systems. I think nowadays there are many people who apply tableau methods to logics that have nothing to do with syllogistics anymore. So to speak.
I mean, there's entire conferences devoted to tableau systems. Yeah.
Where they've never heard of syllogistics, so to speak. So it would be interesting if there was a kind of direct line or indirect line of influence. And then a second remark, equally tentative, that I was thinking of, because Stoic logic was mentioned in the previous question. And so this idea that the validity of multiple different arguments corresponds to one and the same antilogism, depending on which proposition do you view as the negated conclusion and which one as the premises. That's actually also something that I, in my introductory logic course to the law students, I also teach about that, but in my case, it's about proposition logic. And one of the very nice examples is modus ponens and modus tollens. Modulo, a double negation cancellation, of course, are two of the three that give rise to one and the same inconsistent set. And the third one is less interesting. It would be P, not Q, therefore not open brackets P implies Q. So that one is less interesting, but especially modus ponens and modus tollens, given the huge psychological difference between the two. Modus ponens is very straightforward. Modus tollens, people already start stumbling over. But from this antilogism perspective, they correspond to the same inconsistent set. Yeah, I just wanted to mention this because I heard Stoics being mentioned.
It makes you wonder, like, suppose that you actually tried to teach logic in this purely symmetric way, so that everything is reversible. And then I wonder what the psychological results of modus ponens versus modus tollens would be. Like, if you properly prime people, would they not have the same psychological difficulties? Surely there's got to be somebody at Amsterdam who'd be willing to run this experiment for us. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Do you have any other question? Okay, maybe later by email. Okay. Now, David, we move to another presentation.
Yes, I have a question for Sarah. If I can.
Go ahead.
But it's very simple. But I just thinking in notation in this theorem, because do you know if nowadays there is a reconstruction or something like I don't know, if this logic can be used today and extended like other very known logical systems. I think in this because this manipulation between terms and propositions at the same time is very, very interesting for me, and I don't know if this can be extended in I don't know in contemporary logical systems.
Yeah,
what do you
so it's both really interesting and also the reason why it was really, really hard and time consuming to read through her dissertation, because there's a slippages between syntax and semantics, slippages between propositions and terms, slippages between whether we are talking about like particular propositions or proposition schemata. And a bunch of this just kind of comes out of the fact that she's working before a time where a lot of these distinctions were being made. But I had really hoped when I was first working through her dissertation to be able to do something like, kind of represent all of the material in familiar notation and vocabulary and everything, or as you suggest, to kind of take her system on its own merits and show like how it fits in with our knowledge of first order logic, or how it could be extended, or all of these things. And to be honest, it was so much work just to get to the point where I could read the notation and understand what was going on in the argument for inconsistency, that I would still love to be able to do more with what she did, because her thesis is about like 76 pages long. This comes around page 40, so there's still about like half the thesis of further things she went on to do. Someday I will have the time to be able to sit down and devote myself to nothing but that, but it is tough going.
Okay, thank you so much, and it was an excellent talk. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, so thank you, Professor Sarah, for your presentation. It was very interesting. So, Professor Correa, we'll move to another presentation. Okay.
No. Okay. Well, thank you very much for this commitment and your participation. I would like to discuss with you this question that I put here, in which I start by some ancient text. The first is Boethius in the Hypothetical Syllogisms, where he refers to the syllogism, the hypothetical syllogism, and put the question of whether the hypothetical syllogism have some 5, 4, or 3 parts. So reading this passage, he says, however, since it often happens that the consequence of a proposition is not convincing, a proof is attached to the proposition by which what has been proposed is shown to be true. Also, the supposition by itself does not often seem suitable, and hence the foundation of a proof is associated with it, so that it appears true. Therefore, it happens to hypothetical syllogism that sometimes they have 5 parts, sometimes 4, sometimes 3. However, they will consist of 5 parts if the premise and the supposition need proof. Because if the premise or the assumption need no proof, the syllogism has 4 parts. And if no parts need to be proved, it remains 3 parts. And now in the same text, Boëthius clarifies more this question. He said, accordingly, the proof, the probatio, is a certain member, and like a support, a fulcimentum, for the doubt about the proposition or the supposition. But it's not a part, right? But it's not part of the syllogism. Thus, our opinion is rather that there are 3 parts in the syllogism. Consequently, since the proof refers not to the syllogism, but to the proposition or supposition, it is not necessary to see as a part of the syllogism. In general, if the proposition is self-evident or convincing, the syllogism, taken as a whole, does not require approval. But if the proposition itself does not produce confidence, it is necessary that this proposition receives a certain proof, as it were a testimony. Indeed, this is I think this is a part important. The syllogism will not require an approval in that it is a syllogism in eo quod syllogismus est, but rather the proposition, if trust in it has been destitute. The same can be said about the supposition. For this reason, it is manifest that the opinion of those who think that the syllogism has 3 parts must be preferred. This question that Boëthius resolves here has taken part in a previous discussion. For example, Alexander of Aphrodisias, in his commentary on the prior analytics of Aristotle, says, and if the implication needs syllogistic proof, it will be proved by means of a categorical syllogism. For if it were inquired why virtue is teachable, if it is knowledge, then if the universal premise, all knowledge is teachable, but virtue's knowledge is assumed, a categorical syllogism results. And a bit later, here, he introduces the disjunctive syllogism as one that also needs to justify its premises. And a bit later, just to the end of the first book, he mentioned Theophrastus as a source of this question we are talking about. He said, and Theophrastus, in the first book of his prior analytics, says that the additional assumption to proslambanomenon is posited either through induction or because it too is from hypothesis, or because it is obvious, or through a syllogism. Aristotle said that arguments which make this kind of additional assumption in this way infer and prove proposal conclusion itself, but not through a syllogism, given reason to what Boëthius says later. And lastly, Cicero's Cicero in De Inventione mentioned this question again, and he said, the division into 5 parts would seem to us to be more suitable. He's against the position that Boëthius will have later. It has been adopted particularly by the followers of Aristotle and Theophrastus. So Cicero thinks that Aristotle and Theophrastus was the opinion that the syllogism have 5 parts. For just as the earlier form of argument, which proceeds by induction, was practiced particularly by Socrates and the Socratics. So this, which is elaborated in the form of a syllogism, was most largely used by Aristotle and the Peripatetics and Theophrastus, and then was taken up by the teacher of rhetoric who have been regarded as most precise and accomplished in their art. This question was taken some years ago by Fortenbaugh in his discussion with Cicero, passage we have read, and Fortenbaugh thinks correctly, I think, that here Cicero is about the essence of logic. So I would like to read this passage by Fortenbaugh. He said, Cicero speaks of a controversy between those who advocate a quinquepartite analysis of deduction and those who prefer a tripartite analysis. We are told that the dispute does not concern the actual practice of oratory, but rather how precept ought to be given. That sounds like a practical matter in which pedagogical method is the focus of controversy, but Cicero quickly indicates that it is also, or has become, a conceptual issue. While the one party says that there are 5 parts, the other holds that it is not possible to divide deduction into more than 3 parts. I think these ancient passages contain a clear tendency to distinguish the argument, the syllogism, from the body formed by the premises and the proof they need to come about a conclusion. On the one hand, Aristotle said that this body, this theoretical body, is not a syllogism, following Alexander. On the other hand, Boëthius and Alexander recognize that the syllogism as such does not need proof. As such, does not need proof. My proposal is to distinguish this peripatetic doctrine and to put in a parallel way the standardized interpretation, which I will develop here. So this ancient discussion also suggests a stronger distinction between minimal and maximal argument. We can define minimal argument as the deduction that contains only the parts that are needed to conclude. And a maximal argument, the deduction in which one or all the premises require further proof to make the conclusion deducible from the premises. I can take some minimal principles for this minimal and maximal argument. We can define L as the set of all accepted and well-formed minimal arguments. We can define a minimal argument as those that belong to L, to this set, if and only if it is formed by the indispensable part for deducing a conclusion. I can define an indispensable part of a minimal argument as that which, if absent, there will be no deduction. Then I can introduce a kind of lemma. It says, if 2 minimal arguments are combined into one unique formula, then we do not have a maximal argument, but a minimal argument, for its parts are indispensable to the conclusion. So, in other words, 2 or more minimal arguments make a minimal argument and not a maximal argument. Moreover, I think if we maintain this distinction between minimal and maximal arguments, we can introduce different types of proof for maximal argument. A premise can be justified by any of the following type of formal and material proof: a per se self-evident hypothetical proposition, a per se self-evident categorical proposition, a hypothetical syllogism, a categorical syllogism, a hypothetical or polysyllogism or sorites, a categorical polysyllogism, and sorites. So we can make a kind of parallel distinction showing the differences between this traditional peripatetic view and our standardized view. For peripatetics, minimal and maximal arguments only should be put in hypothetical syllogism. Categorical syllogism do not need proofs. Instead, in our standardized or general view, we have no differences between hypothetical syllogism and categorical syllogisms. Number two, for peripatetics, proofs are always material proof for the premises. For our view, we can enter material and formal proof for the premises. Third, peripatetics think the theory in the presence of logical isomorphism. But for us, no preferences for logical isomorphism. So I will develop these three differences. First differences, hypothetical and categorical. Peripatetic, accept the maximal argument only for hypothetical syllogistic and defend the supremacy of categorical syllogism, which would not need proof for its premises because they derive from other categorical syllogism. We can accept that categorical syllogism have premises requiring proof. I mean, instead or on the contrary to this traditional peripatetic view, so that they can become maximal arguments too, if they need proof. Also, peripatetics focus on hypothetical arguments of two premises, but we can also include one premise maximal argument. Second difference, material and formal proof. Peripatetics thinks about material proof as the following ones. This is taken from Cicero, actually. If we suppose, for example, that no man is in two different parts simultaneously, and the money was stolen in Rome, and I was in Athens, I didn't steal the money. But as Cicero says, these minor premises need proof, because it's not evident that in the time that the robbery occurred, I was in Athens. So I need to prove that it was in Athens and not in Rome. Material proof can also be taken from Cicero also. He said, if one should aspire to wisdom, it is good to study philosophy. It needs proof, says Cicero. One should aspire to wisdom. It does not need proof. Then it is good to study philosophy, doubtful, because the major premise needs proof. And Aristotle, in Prior Analytics 58:16, present a similar syllogism, saying, if there is no power that is common to opposites, then there is no single science of opposites. It needs proof. There is no power common to the opposite. This premise does not need proof, because it's not the same to be sick as healthy. Therefore, there is no single science of opposite. I assume this is false, because medicine knows about health and disease. Other material proof, taking an analogy from the syllogism or maximal syllogism presented by Aristotle, we can say, if alcohol consumption is beneficial to health, then we should drink more than we drink. This needs proof. Alcohol consumption is beneficial for health. They could be proved by syllogism. Therefore, we should drink more than we drink. This could be false. or doubtful. On the contrary, we can accept formal proof for the premises. In a standardized interpretation, we can also give formal proof for maximal argument. Suppose our maximal argument is P, then P. If P, then P. And someone thinks that the premises P needs proof. So a logical proof or demonstration for P implies P if P needs proof. This could be the formal proof for the premises P. I assume P, I conditional P over P, by modus ponens I obtain P, and I can condition again P over P. So if we suppose P, if we suppose P, we can deduce P from P. So what I'm saying is that we can also enter formal proof or demonstration for arguments that are simpler than syllogism. This argument has only one premise. Another logical proof or demonstration can be taken from a more certain proposition. Suppose that now we suppose that P then P need proof in this formula. P then P, P then P, then no P, then no P. If P then P is acceptable because it has been demonstrated that no P or P is true, but no P or P is equal to P if P then P, because P or P is equal to no P then P. So we can adjust two different logical proofs for single premises. Second differences, logical illomorphism. For peripatetics, logical illomorphism is essential if the proof aims at turning more credible the premise which is doubtful. But in our general interpretation, minimal and maximal arguments can or cannot have content. Namely, if P then P can be a maximal or minimal if the antecedent or the premise needs or do not need proof. So this is the essential difference, I say. So making a summary of the differences between the peripatetic or traditional view and our generalization, we can count three differences between both interpretations. First, I do not confine maximal argument to only hypothetical syllogism, but I accept that categorical syllogism are also affected to need proof. So abandon the supremacy of categorical syllogistic. Number two, I accept proof for logical validity, while peripatetics only accept material proof increasing the belief of the premises true. Confer, for example, very fides in Boëtius, the hypothetical syllogism. And third, the division between minimal and maximal argument do not depend on logical illomorphism. Which is the main consequence of taking things in this way? The first and most important consequence of dividing arguments into minimal and maximal is to resolve the divergence that currently exists between logic and argumentation theory. I understand that the current theory of argumentation gives to syllogism a role very dissimilar. While for some authors the syllogism deserves a secondary place, for others it continues occupying an important place in the theory, although it is sometimes not clear which place would be. But if we identify the maximal argument to argumentation, we could distinguish between syllogism and argumentation, that is, between minimal and maximal argument. If this is accepted, we could define the theory of argumentation as the theory of maximal arguments, namely those including the proof making valid or truer the premises of an argument. In other words, the theorist of argumentation does not need a proof for the argument, but for the premises. I dare to say that the mission of the theory of argumentation cannot be associated with the many and multiple auxiliary sciences that currently support most of its results. Obviously, these auxiliary sciences enrich the argumentative phenomenon, but the theorist will not be able to depend only on these sciences if it does not have a clear definition of what is the object that he must study. In any case, the point is that logic is not just another auxiliary science, but the origin of all argumentation. If indeed the origin of every maximal argument is the minimal argument. So at the end, have some new consequences. One is that to divide the argument into minimal and maximal solves the problem of being quinque member as Cicero or a three-party member as Boëthius. Because Cicero, when preferring a syllogism with 5 parts, he referred to argumentation or maximal argument, while Boëthius referred to the minimal argument or logical syllogism when he preferred the opinion that the syllogism has only 3 parts. However, there is another consequence that I think is uncomfortable or could be uncomfortable for theorists of argumentation. First, we can imply that the theorist should be acquainted with finding previous, truer, and more well-known premises as scientific research requires. And also familiarity, I mean, the theories of argumentation should show familiarity with theorems or rule of deduction that demonstrate the validity of a premise. In other words, the theory of argumentation should not be confined to dialectical questions, so to speak, nor would it be correct to reduce the argument to either the debatable matters of daily life, or to the bench reasonings, or to the parliament discourses, or social media reaction. It could also include matter of logic as well as formal and natural sciences. So this is my presentation, and here there is the references I have used for these slides. So many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Correa. Now we have some time for questions. Do you have any question?
I have a question. There is no one. Thank you, Professor Manuel. As we have discussed before this topic, I just think in this tension between the two positions, and my question is if this theory of maximal arguments is like a argumentation, as you said, is a formal theory, or is, as we have seen, there are more than formal proofs, are material proofs, for example, but material proofs can be formal in some sense. It's not are not the same, but material is not the exclude formal proof. So this argumentation or this theory of maximal arguments must be formal, or can be something like pragmatics or
Can be
something
both.
like that.
Yeah, my answer is can be both. But for peripatetics, only material proofs are assumed, because they say that hypothetical syllogism start from an hypothesis. This hypothesis cannot be completely credible. So normally, or the major premise need proof, or the minor proof. I mean, the minor premises need proof. This proof need to make more credible the premise. So they think that credibility is related to the meaning of the meaning of the premises, right? But I generalize, and I say that we can also accept formal proof. Why? Because sometimes, if you take, for example, a hypothetical syllogism or even a categorical syllogism, someone can ask why that premises, when the minor or the major, has been accepted. No, why is true, but why has been accepted, right? So in that case, we are obliged to make a formal proof showing why has been accepted, right? So this standardized view is a kind of generalization from the traditional peripatetic view. I think peripatetics don't think that categorical syllogism need proof for its premises, because they believe in the supremacy of categorical syllogism. Actually, they think that hypothetical syllogism is formed by categorical syllogism. So the only syllogism that need real proof are the hypothetical syllogism and not the categorical syllogism. So I given a generalization from this perspective, this ancient perspective, saying that both the categorical syllogism and the hypothetical syllogism need proof when they need, not always, but when they need. And that those proofs can be formal or can be, I don't know, material proof. See? So they can propose a foundation for the acceptability of the premises or for the truth of the premises.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now Professor Luca, please.
Yes, thank you very much for this paper. My observation was about a passage you probably have in mind. In Alexander's commentary on the prior analytics, there is a long section sort of at the beginning of categorical syllogism. So before starting the line-by-line commentary on the fourth chapter of the first book, he has several pages where he sort of lays out his understanding of what categorical syllogistics is all about. And he talks about the syllogism as what introduces the pistis, which would be, I assume, translated by Boethius with fides, not the fides that occurs very often in your presentation. So my question is more of a question of clarification. How would you read this presentation of syllogism as something that introduces a pistis, or even better, if I remember correctly, Alexander says, among the things that generates pistis, we have syllogism, right? And so how would you place these pages by Alexander within your scheme? So
yes.
I don't know. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I think I understand. I would say that Aristotle in prior analytics presents two definitions of syllogism. The first, which is the more general and more known definition, I think can be identified with a minimal argument, right? But it's also true that later Aristotle introduces the idea that there is two premises with a common term, and that is essential for having a conclusion. So I think in that passage, Alexander introduces pistis, problem, and I think his exposition of syllogistic have or becomes a dialectical treatment. I mean, something happens in his commentary on prior analytics that this second definition of syllogism, that in which he mentions two premises with a common terms, and introduces the term sigia, like a combination. In that place, I think Alexander takes a dialectical paradigm to explain syllogism. So I think in that case, he is thinking about maximal argument in my lexicon. Why? Because he accepts that the premises can be credible or not so credible. So he introduces the idea that this categorical syllogism, or better, the premises of the categorical syllogism need a proof. But sometimes I think Alexander also is also have the position that categorical syllogism doesn't need proof. Why? Because its premises come from another earlier syllogism. So he, I think, showed the syllogism in this ambiguous way. See, in some way, he accepts the definition, the first definition of Aristotle, and I think he is thinking on a minimal argument. I mean, an argument that, or in which the premises are enough to conclude. But when he introduces the syllogism in the ambit of a dialectic, he tends to think that the premises can need some proof. So I would say, or I would dare, that the treatment of syllogism by Alexander is in this sense or contains some ambiguity. I don't know if you have the same impression, because I know you are very well, I mean, you know very well the text.
I had the same impression. So since you were talking about peripatétics, I wanted to better understand where you were placing Alexander, who is behind many of the things Boëtius says as well. So yeah, thanks for these comments. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now Professor Lawrence, please.
Okay, thank you. So I have a very basic and probably naive question, which is mainly coming from contemporary argumentation theory rather than from, let's say, history of logic, topical logic, dialectic, and so on. So in formal reasoning, logic, mathematics, we have this way of reasoning that we call reductio ad absurdum, but it also occurs in more everyday contexts, really, and when we are arguing with each other, not in a mathematical or formal kind of sense, but for example, I disagree with a discussion partner, and in order to prove that they are wrong, I say, well, I completely disagree with what you're saying, but for the sake of the argument, let's say that you're right, then blah, 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 and then something completely absurd follows, therefore you cannot be right. And so this is a kind of reasoning that we do, not just in mathematics, but also in everyday life, I would argue. And then my question is, so given that we do this, that we are able of doing this, in other words, of reasoning from premises, on the basis of premises, that we actually know to be wrong, because when I am discussing with my partner, I want to show that my partner is wrong by taking his perspective and then showing that it leads to a contradiction. So I'm reasoning starting from premises that I myself think I'm convinced are wrong. Would a maximal argument be needed in this kind of framework then for this specific case? Because it would be very weird to then put on me the duty when I'm reasoning by absurdum, I'm arguing by reductio ad absurdum, that not only I have to provide a valid argument from the premises to the conclusion, but I also have to defend the premises, because the goal of my argument is actually to attack the premises in this dialogical context with an opponent, of course. So this is very much coming from maybe contemporary argumentation theory, I don't know, but I'm really curious to hear what you have to say about it, how your notion of maximal argument fits in here. Thank you.
Well, yes, I think in this passage precisely, we can think about what you think, because here Alexander, following Aristotle, think of a maximal argument, namely an argument whose premises are not completely convincing. So there is need to introduce some proof for sustaining these premises, right? So you form a kind of theoretical body, right? In which you have premises, proof of these premises, and a conclusion. But Aristotle and Alexander say that this is not a syllogism. See, and it is very interesting what you think, because this passage is immediately followed by a consideration of the per impossible proof. So I think Aristotle could think that the per absurdum syllogism or per absurdum argument should be taken as a maximal argument. I think so. Should be taken as a maximal argument. Why? Because the per absurdum argument is an argument that you use to prove the validity or the truth of a previous argument.
But the truth is, of course, the truth of the negation of the conclusion, sorry, of the premise rather than of the premise itself. Because vis-a-vis the premise itself, you are attacking the truth rather than trying to defend it. I'm very much thinking in this dialogical context here of opponent and proponent, antagonist and protagonist. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other question? No? Okay. So if you want, Professor Manuel, we can, you can take the floor.
Well, I would like to thanks again Professor Luca Giri, Professor Uckelman, Lawrence, for your commitment, for staying all the day with us. I think, well, I know that it's night. I mean, it's late in your hemisphere. You are making an effort to stay with us. So nothing. I have simply my grateful for your company and many thanks for your participation.
Well, thank you again for the invitation and for organizing all of this. I have certainly enjoyed myself.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Absolutely. Thank you for the invitation. It was a real pleasure to be able to talk about logic and argumentation in so many different aspects, as Sarah also already emphasized, that still somehow seem to come together ultimately. So thank you.
Yeah, many thanks also from me. Yeah, I was very happy to take part in this event. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, all of you. Well, I think it's time to say goodbye. And thank you very much again for your participation and commitment.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.